Welcome to this full audiobook presentation of Scaling Up, How a Few Companies Make It, and Why the Rest Don't by Verne Harnish. If you're an entrepreneur, business leader, or someone passionate about scaling your company to the next level, you're in the right place. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more high-impact business and personal development audiobooks. Drop a comment below and let us know what strategies you're planning to apply in your business, or simply say hello. Now, sit back, take notes, and enjoy Scaling Up by Verne Harnish. Scaling Up, a blueprint for business growth. Every business journey follows a familiar pattern. You either start up, scale up, screw up, or stall and fade away. To grow successfully and climb the S-curve of business growth, leaders must focus on mastering 4 critical areas: building the right team, crafting a standout strategy, perfecting execution, managing cash wisely. This simple formula is the heart of scaling a company, yet simple doesn't mean easy. Most businesses that survive the early stages remain small, what we might call mice. Only a few break out and scale into gazelles, generating millions or even billions in revenue. Tools and frameworks exist to help entrepreneurs make that leap, and that's the focus here: how to achieve massive, sustainable growth. Sadly, too many fast-growing firms get bought out by corporate giants, the elephants, often losing the vibrant, innovative cultures that made them great in the first place. Over time, some of these giants decay, become irrelevant, and ultimately disappear. If you're curious about how to avoid this fate, look into Antifragile by Nassim Nicholas Taleb. When it comes to the business book world, startups and massive corporations dominate the conversation. Entrepreneurs have popular classics like the E-Myth Revisited and the Lean Startup to guide them. Meanwhile, big firms are served by a flood of expensive consultants and 11,000 new business books published every year. But in the middle? Growing companies, those in the scale-up phase, often get ignored. Yet it's these firms, typically 20 to 25 years old, that drive innovation, create jobs, and fuel economies. Take Apple and Starbucks as examples. Apple spent 25 years laying the groundwork before the explosive success of the iPod and beyond. Starbucks took 2 decades to refine its model, reaching just 100 stores before scaling globally to tens of thousands of locations. Scaling is rarely an overnight success. It takes decades of patient, strategic growth. So the big question becomes, how do you scale without losing your mind, your health, or your team? The answer starts with humility. The best CEOs aren't the smartest people in the room. They're the best at asking questions, listening, and empowering others. Leaders who hog all the answers only create bottlenecks and blind spots. Companies scale when leadership is distributed, when decisions are made faster, and when creativity flows from every corner of the organization. The 3 major barriers to growth are leadership gaps, not developing enough capable leaders who can predict problems and delegate effectively; infrastructure weakness, lacking the systems and structures to handle complexity as the organization grows; marketing shortfalls, failing to build marketing engines that attract customers, partners, and top talent consistently. To overcome these barriers, focus on mastering 4 disciplines. 1. People. Build a strong cultural foundation with clear, lived core values. Think of leadership like parenting. Set a few simple rules, repeat them often, and model them consistently. 2. Strategy. Ensure your offering matters deeply to enough customers and that it stands out from the crowd. 3. Execution. Focus on a small set of clear priorities, track the right data daily, and maintain a strong rhythm of meetings to keep communication tight. 4. Cash. Treat cash flow like oxygen, never let it run out. Every decision should be measured not just by profit but by its impact on cash flow. Master these, and the rewards are significant. You'll double your cash flow speed, triple your profitability compared to industry averages, grow your company's valuation beyond competitors, and, maybe most importantly, make the growth journey enjoyable for your employees, customers, and shareholders. The climb is steep, but it's worth it. If you haven't scaled yet, no worries, the best time to start is now. Climbing your business Everest. Growing a business is much like preparing for a mountain expedition. Think of it like setting out to climb Everest, a dream for many but a reality for only those who commit to serious preparation. Success begins with a clear plan, a deep respect for a few non-negotiable rules, and a fierce passion for the journey itself. Climbers don't just aim for the peak, they aim for a series of camps, each marking major progress. Every day, it's about focusing on the immediate next step, adjusting based on changing conditions, and staying constantly aware. The same principle applies to businesses aiming for massive growth. Anchored by strong core values and a larger purpose, companies should set a bold, long-term vision, a 10 to 25-year mission that feels almost impossible today. This is broken down into manageable 3 to 5-year targets, annual objectives, and specific actions for the next few months, always adjusting as markets shift. And remember, as Bill Gates famously said, we overestimate what we can achieve in 1 year but underestimate what we can accomplish in 10. Progress is rarely a straight line. Just like a river flows along a winding path to the ocean, businesses must navigate market shifts and unexpected challenges. Staying laser-focused on the big picture while adjusting your next move is key. Ultimately, it's about more than setting goals, it's about establishing daily and weekly routines that move you closer to them. Goals without routines are just wishes. Routines without clear goals are simply aimless. Those who build strong routines around their vision create the most extraordinary results. The myth of business categories. Too often, people argue whether a strategy works better in B2B business to business or B2C business to consumer. But here's the truth. Every business is about people dealing with people. Whether you're selling to a corporation or a customer at a coffee shop, it's always a human being making the decision. Similarly, the debate between being a product company or a service company misses the point. Most product companies eventually add services, and service companies find ways to turn their offers into products. So skip these debates, focus on understanding people and providing real value. The 4D framework for scaling. While big corporations use complicated systems like McKinsey's 7S framework, fast-growing businesses need something powerful but simple. That's where the 4D framework comes in, a proven structure built specifically for businesses looking to scale efficiently. 1. Driver. Leadership is what drives growth. Leaders must embrace constant learning, coaching, and using new technologies to move faster and smarter. 2. Demands. Companies must balance two major demands: people, keeping employees, customers, and shareholders engaged and happy, and process, improving how things get made, sold, and tracked. 3. Disciplines. Scaling isn't about luck, it's about discipline. That means setting clear priorities, using data, both numbers and feedback, to make decisions, and maintaining a rhythm of daily, weekly, and quarterly meetings to keep everyone aligned and moving forward. 4. Decisions. Growth demands smart decisions in 4 critical areas: people, strategy, execution, and cash. Missing any one of these can seriously limit your success. Important note, since this methodology became popular, many have tried to simplify it too much, losing its true power. Remember, simple is good, but oversimplification leads to missed opportunities. Building a village of expertise. No single guru, coach, or consultant has all the answers. Real growth happens when leaders draw on a wide range of ideas, books, and experts. The best leaders aren't the ones with all the answers, they're the ones who ask the best questions. The power of the right questions. It's not about finding answers quickly, it's about making sure you're asking the right questions. Too many leadership teams work hard on solving problems, but sometimes they're solving the wrong ones. When you identify the right question, the right answers will naturally start to emerge. Each area of the 4D framework, people, strategy, execution, and cash, has its own critical question to explore. And a simple way to start: ask yourself which area, people, strategy, execution, or cash, needs the most urgent focus right now. There's even a free assessment available online if you want help figuring that out. Where to begin? People first. One of the first key questions: are your stakeholders truly happy and engaged? Would you rehire your employees, customers, vendors, and even investors if you had the chance today? Think about it. Scaling a business isn't just about growth, it's about ensuring you have the right people in the right roles doing the right things. It's about upgrading your relationships where necessary, even if that means tough decisions. And it all starts with aligning your personal life and professional ambitions. A tool called the One-Page Personal Plan, OPPP, helps you organize your goals around 4 critical areas: relationships, achievements, routines, and wealth, mirroring the 4 key pillars of scaling any business. A strong personal foundation allows you to climb your business Everest with energy, resilience, and purpose. In every business, the real bottleneck is often at the top. The true challenge isn't the market, it's leadership alignment and clarity. That's why it's essential to map out the critical roles, the seats that must be filled for an organization to thrive. These aren't just job titles. They're vital responsibilities that drive the machine forward. When filling these seats, choose people who match your culture and test them with 2 simple questions. 1. Can they operate without constant supervision? 2. Do they frequently surprise you with their brilliance and results? Next, define 1 or 2 key measurable outcomes for each role. Specify exactly what day-to-day success looks like. Then identify the broader results each function is responsible for, like revenue, profits, margins, and cash flow, the numbers you see on your financial statements. Having a clear 1-page accountability map allows you to immediately spot gaps in both talent and performance. But businesses aren't just built on isolated roles. They rely on processes, the invisible threads weaving departments together. To truly scale, you must list out the handful of core processes that power your company, whether it's product launches, customer onboarding, or billing and collections. Assign clear ownership for each process. Be warned, because these processes often span across different departments, assigning accountability can stir up egos. Handle it wisely. Once owners are assigned, set a few KPIs to monitor each process. One crucial metric to track is the speed, how quickly a process moves from start to finish. Organizations that master speed and simplicity dominate their industries. We'll also look into how applying lean principles, inspired by Toyota's world-class practices, can help streamline operations and cut down inefficiencies. When it comes to building a great team, the competition for talent never stops. That's why innovative hiring tactics and robust interviewing strategies are necessary. We'll dive into techniques to attract top candidates and use frameworks like top grading to select only the best. For retaining talent, remember, it's not about flashy perks, it's about great management. Here's what excellent managers, or better yet, coaches, do differently. They help people do more of what they're naturally good at. They remove obstacles that frustrate and demotivate. They make expectations crystal clear. They celebrate wins and show appreciation genuinely. And importantly, they invest in fewer frontline employees but pay them well, knowing the frontlines make or break the business. Strategy, the core driver of growth. Can you explain your strategy in one simple sentence? And is it pushing your revenue and margins upwards? Forget the old way of thinking about strategic planning. Break it into 2 distinct efforts. Strategic thinking, small leadership groups meeting weekly, not quarterly, focusing purely on long-term opportunities. Execution planning, involving a broader team to set concrete annual and quarterly goals with complete buy-in. This cycle, think, plan, act, and learn, is the beating heart of a growing, learning organization. You'll use tools like vision summaries, a condensed version of your strategic plan, easily shareable across the company. SWT framework, instead of the standard SWOT, focus on strengths, weaknesses, and external trends to avoid industry blindness. 7 layers of strategy, pin down what you own in the minds of customers, promises you make and keep, unique guarantees, and unbeatable advantages. 1-page strategic plan, OPSP. If you want everyone aligned, you need 1 page that everyone understands. Strategy should be so clear that every team member knows who, what, where, when, how, and most importantly, why. Execution, turning plans into reality. You know your execution is broken if there's constant drama, missed deadlines, errors, confusion. People are burning out while fixing mistakes. And the company's profits lag behind industry leaders. Poor execution wastes talent, burns cash, and crushes morale. Use powerful tools like who, what, when, WWW lists in every meeting to clearly assign ownership and deadlines. Rockefeller Habits checklist, 10 timeless principles to run your business smoothly, just like John D. Rockefeller did to build one of the world's largest companies. These habits aren't about adding more work. They're about working smarter. 1. Build leadership teams that trust and challenge each other. 2. Set a single, clear quarterly goal for everyone. 3. Create fast, efficient rhythms of daily, weekly, and monthly communication. 4. Assign accountability everywhere, not just in silos. 5. Listen to employees, they see problems before you do. 6. Collect customer feedback as regularly as financial data. 7. Keep your company's values alive in daily decisions. 8. Ensure every employee understands your big goals, brand promises, and the core customer. 9. Help everyone know whether they're winning each week. 10. Make your company's goals and results visible to all, like a giant scoreboard. The bottom line, scaling up isn't about adding chaos. It's about creating a simple, powerful system where the right people, processes, and goals align, freeing your team to focus, innovate, and win. Cash, the lifeline of business growth. Key question: are you consistently generating enough internal cash flow to support the expansion of your business? Here's the reality. Growth consumes cash. It's a natural law of entrepreneurship, one that can rapidly exhaust even the most passionate CEO or leadership team if ignored. In fact, research by Jim Collins and Morton T. Hansen in Great by Choice revealed that companies thriving in unpredictable environments often held cash reserves 3 to 10 times greater than industry averages, even from their earliest days. Definitely worth adding that book to your reading list. Growth drains cash. The gravity entrepreneurs can't escape. Yet many founders focus too much on revenue and profit metrics and overlook cash flow when structuring deals with suppliers, customers, employees, or investors. Even worse, many businesses either skip cash flow reporting altogether or barely glance at it in monthly financial updates. A simple, powerful practice. Ask your CFO or financial officer to deliver a short daily cash flow report. This snapshot should show how much cash came in during the past 24 hours, how much went out, a forecast for the next 30 to 90 days. This daily habit keeps cash management front and center, helping you develop an instinct for how money actually moves through your company. Understand your cash conversion cycle, CCC. The cash conversion cycle measures how quickly cash invested in things like rent, salaries, inventory, or marketing finds its way back into your business bank account. If you want to dive deeper, check out the classic Harvard Business Review article, How Fast Can Your Company Afford to Grow? By Neil Churchill and John Mullins, a must-read for growth-minded entrepreneurs. 2 tools to supercharge your cash flow. 1. The power of 1. There are 7 simple financial levers you can adjust to boost cash flow. Raise prices, charge a little more for your products or services. Increase volume, sell more units at your current price. Lower direct costs, negotiate better prices for materials and labor. Cut operating expenses, trim unnecessary overhead. Speed up accounts receivable, get your customers to pay faster. Reduce inventory, keep fewer goods sitting idle in storage. Stretch accounts payable, delay paying suppliers strategically. Even a 1% tweak or a one-day shift in these areas can produce noticeable improvements in cash flow. 2. Cash acceleration strategies. Cash. Break down your cash conversion cycle into 4 stages, then brainstorm actions to speed up cash at each point. Many companies have literally doubled their operating cash flow after working through this exercise, and it's an excellent way to educate middle managers about how they personally impact the company's financial health. The ultimate goal? You want to flip the natural law of growth drains cash on its head, creating a model where the faster you grow, the more cash you generate. This can happen through strategies like requiring bigger upfront deposits, accelerating collections, shortening sales and delivery cycles. When you do this, you build a company strong enough to self-fund its own expansion, no desperate investor hunting required. More resources to support your journey. Download tools, visit scalingup.com to access free, modifiable cash management templates in multiple languages. Weekly insights. Want a free weekly tip sheet on managing a growing company? Email varnish@gazelles.com with weekly insights in the subject line. Include your name, job title, and where you're based. Tech support. Online course at growthinstitute.com. Get your whole team speaking the same growth language. Alignwithgazelles.com. Manage all your KPIs and priorities in one app. GIcoaches.com. Connect with certified coaches worldwide who can guide you. Final words of wisdom. Building a cash-healthy company isn't complicated. It just takes consistent discipline and a bit of patience. Think of scaling up like solving a puzzle. You don't have to finish everything at once. Start where it makes sense and improve over time. Get it down first, then get it right. Keep iterating. Review your systems quarterly. Master the basics. With the right rhythm, routine becomes your superpower, setting your business free to grow without limits. Good luck, and enjoy the process. The barriers: leadership, infrastructure, and marketing. Summary: as businesses expand, adding employees, customers, products, and locations, they inevitably encounter new layers of complexity. Successfully navigating this growth demands three critical components: strong leadership, a scalable infrastructure, and a robust marketing engine. Without these, companies will struggle. Leaders must master the arts of anticipating challenges, empowering others through delegation, and maintaining consistent operations to break through barriers and scale up. "I'm tired of steering my little boat in calm harbors," wrote Daisy Reinhardt. "I long to sail out where the giants roam, and even if my craft fails in the storms, it's better than fading away by the sheltered shore." This captures the spirit of growth and ambition, and the inevitable turbulence that comes with scaling a business. Back in 1999, Alan Rudy, founder of ExpressMed, felt trapped. His growing company wasn't bringing more profits or joy, it brought endless stress. He was supposed to be skiing with his family for the first time in a decade but canceled because the business needed constant babysitting. Things hit a low point when Rudy's CFO miscalculated profits, first showing a $300,000 gain, only to reveal days later they had actually lost $350,000. What's worse, his staff were at each other's throats. Literal fights in the parking lot, even slashed tires over workplace arguments. Rudy was clocking 80-hour weeks, trapped in a constant state of crisis. But within 2 years, Rudy had turned it around. Using the principles we'll explore, he grew ExpressMed into a $65 million leader in its industry and eventually sold it for $40 million. More importantly, he rediscovered the fun and freedom he was seeking all along. The key? Rudy realized that to scale, he needed to build real leaders beneath him, create systems that could grow with the business, focus his marketing efforts with precision, and most importantly, he had to get the strategy right, something he calls finding the ping of the business. Imagine flicking a cheap plastic cup versus a crystal goblet. That crisp ping means the strategy is sound. Without it, no amount of hustle will save you. Finding the ping with Perceptionist. Rudy later invested in Perceptionist, originally a generic call center handling calls from dozens of industries. After visiting customers personally, much like Lou Gerstner did at IBM, Rudy heard a frustrated client exclaim, "Forget paying by the minute. I'd pay you $25 just to manage my calendar and book my appointments." This changed everything. Rudy refocused the business, selling off simple answering service accounts and specializing exclusively in appointment scheduling for specific industries: plumbing, HVAC, cleaning services, where the need was greatest. By focusing on appointment setting rather than minutes on the phone, Perceptionist quadrupled its average revenue per minute, simplified training, and dramatically lowered employee churn. Eventually, Rudy sold his stake, tripling his investment. Grow where you're planted. Another important lesson Rudy learned: grow in familiar territory. By sticking to industries he knew, like medical supplies and pharmaceuticals, he could leverage existing knowledge, contacts, and operational know-how. For example, when Rudy joined Member Health, a pharmacy benefits firm, revenue was just $7 million. Implementing daily team huddles and rigorous strategic planning, Member Health exploded to $1.2 billion in just a few years and sold for $630 million. Today, Rudy continues this approach with Goodnight Medical, a sleep supply company that he turned around using daily disciplines and strong relationship management, achieving double the industry average in customer retention and order volume. The growth paradox. Leadership isn't just about building a bigger ship, it's about learning to navigate ever larger storms. Scaling a business feels counterintuitive. You'd expect it to get easier with more hands on deck, but often it gets harder. This is the growth paradox. The bigger you grow, the more complicated things become. New hires, new customers, and new systems add not just work, but exponential complexity. For example, 2 people equals 2 communication channels. 3 people equals 6 channels. 4 people equals 24 channels. Adding just one more person doesn't grow work linearly, it explodes it. And with complexity come the real barriers to growth. Leadership, can you grow enough leaders who can delegate and predict? Infrastructure, are your systems built to handle this new complexity? Marketing, can your messaging attract new customers while defending your margins against fierce competition? When you tackle these challenges, you don't just drag an anchor, you harness the wind, turning growth into acceleration. Jack Harrington's story. When Raytheon bought Virtual Technology Corporation, VTC, Jack Harrington, the original CEO of the $30 million company, was suddenly asked to lead a $750 million division with 2,000 employees. At first, it was overwhelming. But Harrington immediately introduced the practices he knew worked: daily team huddles, quarterly strategic plans, and clear alignment around company vision. These habits transformed the culture from fragmented to collaborative, even bridging gaps between French and American operations in an international joint venture. Through disciplined leadership, Jack proved that what works for startups also works for giants. Final thought. Scaling isn't just about size, it's about surviving and thriving through growing complexity. As Rudy and Harrington's journeys show, with the right leadership, systems, and strategy, you can turn the terrifying storms of growth into the winds that push your business to greatness. Part 1. Understanding business growth and natural clusters. In the United States, there are around 28 million businesses. But here's the surprising part: only about 4% ever cross $1 million in revenue. Even fewer, just 0.4%, ever make it to $10 million. Only about 17,000 firms hit the $50 million mark, and the top 2,500 companies earn more than $500 million a year. The very elite, about 500 firms, break past $5 billion in revenue. And this pattern holds true in many other countries as well. Now, what really determines a company's growth challenges isn't just revenue, it's the number of employees. As businesses expand, complexity grows, often faster than revenue does. Small companies typically generate about $100,000 per employee, while larger firms operate more efficiently, closer to $250,000 per employee. This creates natural employee clusters. 1 to 3 employees, think home-based businesses. 8 to 12 employees, small but mighty teams. 40 to 70 employees, senior teams leading small groups. 350 to 500 employees, a real organizational structure with middle management. 2,500 to 3,500 employees, full-on corporate structures. Companies stuck between these sizes often feel off. Tasks drag. Decisions are harder. Systems feel broken. That sense of being big, but not big enough, is a sign you're caught between natural stages of growth. Part 2. The Valleys of Death, Growth's Hidden Danger Zones. Scott Tanis, who built Western Financial Group into a powerhouse with over 2,000 employees, talks about the hidden dangers at each stage of growth, what he calls the valleys of death. Going from 2 to 10 employees? Suddenly, you can't do everything yourself. You'll need assistant managers and real processes. Hit 25 employees? Money management gets serious. You need someone handling the finances full-time. At 100 employees? Internal communication breaks down. Politics start creeping in. People feel disconnected. At every new level, new systems are required. If a company refuses to adapt, it either shrinks back or stagnates forever at that size. Part 3. Leadership, the make or break factor. The health of a company mirrors the strength of its leadership team. Leaders must master 3 critical skills: prediction, delegation, and repetition. Prediction. Leaders need to stay slightly ahead, not years, but even just a few minutes ahead of the competition, the customers, and their teams. The bigger a business gets, the harder this becomes because leaders grow more distant from the front line. That's why successful CEOs regularly step back into the field, talking to customers, checking the pulse of the market, staying connected to reality. Delegation. At first, leaders hand off tasks they're bad at. Later, they must hand off tasks they're good at, even ones they love. True delegation isn't abdication. It's not set it and forget it. Proper delegation involves 1. Clear goals. 2. A way to track progress. 3. Regular feedback. 4. Recognition and rewards. Without these steps, systems drift off course. Repetition. Great leaders are relentless about repeating the core messages, the mission, values, and goals. People need to hear things over and over before they stick. Consistency builds trust and alignment across the team. Part 4. Infrastructure, building the backbone for growth. As companies expand, complexity naturally increases. Just like single-celled organisms evolve into complex creatures with circulatory systems, companies evolve from simple operations into layered organizations with departments, hierarchies, and systems. At different stages, your infrastructure must evolve. From 2 to 10 employees? Better phones and office space. Around 50 employees? You need accounting software that actually shows profitability by customer or product. Past 350 employees? Integrated information systems become crucial. Seemingly small details like where the bathrooms or meeting rooms are located impact communication and collaboration. Smart layouts encourage spontaneous interactions, fueling innovation and alignment. Part 5. Marketing, the secret growth engine. The number one obstacle to scaling a company? Weak marketing. Not sales marketing. Marketing is how you attract customers, talent, investors, and partners. It's the strategy behind who you target, what you sell, how you price it, and how you deliver it. To grow big, spend at least 1 hour a week focusing solely on marketing strategy. List your top 25 most important relationships to build. Plan how to meet and influence these people. Refine your marketing message to align perfectly with what your ideal customers actually want. Pricing strategy is also massively underappreciated. Most companies obsess over costs but treat pricing like a guess. In reality, smart pricing can unlock massive profits without increasing costs. Study the work of pricing expert Hermann Simon to get this right. Finally, modern marketing requires understanding not just what you're selling, but the full experience you're delivering to customers, aligning with concepts like the 4 E's: experience, exchange, every place, and evangelism. Market realities and growth stages. In business, the market has a way of making you look like a genius or a fool. When conditions favor you, your mistakes are often hidden. But when the tides turn, every flaw is laid bare. Bill Gross, the founder of Idealab, responsible for launching over 100 companies, dug into what drives success. He compared the strength of the team, the brilliance of the strategy, and the size of the funding. Surprisingly, what mattered most was timing. Even the best idea will fail if it shows up too early or too late. As businesses grow, an unexpected challenge emerges. Between $1 million and $10 million in revenue, leaders often turn all their attention outward, chasing new customers and bigger deals. But ironically, this is when they should also be focusing inward, tightening systems, building healthy habits, and laying down strong internal structures. Without this groundwork, cracks start to form. Then, as a company crosses the $10 million mark, leadership tends to become consumed by internal chaos, firefighting problems. Yet, that's exactly when they should be facing outward again, strengthening their customer relationships and fighting off new competitors. When it comes to financial focus, different stages demand different priorities. Start up to $1 to $2 million, it's all about revenue. Prove people want what you're selling. Cash flow is rough, often relying on family, friends, or personal savings. $1 to $10 million, now cash is king. Growth eats cash faster than you expect. You need a working model that either funds itself, secures investors with deep pockets, or guarantees enough credit to keep expanding. Beyond $10 million, complexity rises. Costs grow faster than sales. Customers push for discounts and competitors get more aggressive. Gross margins get squeezed, and without healthy margins, you can't invest back into your systems or people, leading to even more costly mistakes by the $25 million stage. To survive, you must defend two fronts. Externally, strengthen your value to customers. Internally, keep streamlining operations to control costs. Companies that manage both successfully often increase their margins, not shrink them, giving them the extra cash to fuel marketing, R&D, and better training. By $50 million in revenue, predictability becomes the name of the game. Random swings in profit are no longer tolerable. A few points up or down can mean millions gained or lost. This leads back to the true role of a business leader. Build a revenue and profit machine that stays steady even in a stormy, chaotic world. It's not about growing fast, then crashing. It's about marching steadily, like in the 20-mile march lesson from Great by Choice by Jim Collins. Companies that grow consistently, no matter the external chaos, win over the long haul. The formula? Steady progress. Day in, day out. And it's this reliable momentum that attracts great people, keeps customers happy, and generates long-term wealth. The people factor. The first major decision area in scaling a business is people. Key question: are all your stakeholders, employees, customers, investors happy and thriving? And if you could decide today, would you rehire every single one of them? Business success is built on the right people both inside the company and outside, from suppliers to advisors to friends and family. If you sense emotional drains, an unproductive partner, a frustrating client, a supplier that always disappoints, you must face these facts head-on. Ask yourself two simple but powerful questions. 1. Are you happy? Is your work energizing you, or is someone or something draining your motivation? 2. Would you enthusiastically rehire everyone you're currently tied to, employees, clients, suppliers, even investors, if given the choice today? If not, these problems must be addressed. Because until they are, they will sap your energy and distract you from driving strategy, execution, and cash flow. Tip: when tough conversations are needed, the book Crucial Conversations offers fantastic guidance for handling them with clarity and calmness. Organizing for growth. In scaling up, you'll need 3 key tools for organizing people. 1-page personal plan. A simple framework to set and track your personal goals alongside your business ones. Function accountability chart. A map of who's responsible for what inside the company. Process accountability chart. A system for ensuring key processes, like customer onboarding, billing, product delivery, run smoothly and have clear owners. And remember, the E in face and pace stands for the energy and entrepreneurial spirit leaders need to maintain as the company grows. A story of responsibility. There's a classic story about 4 characters: everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. An important task needed doing. Everybody thought somebody would take care of it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody actually did. Somebody got mad because it really was everybody's responsibility. In the end, everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have. The moral? In growing organizations, clear responsibility, not assumptions, is everything. Chapter 3: The Leaders, the Driving Force of the Company. Summary: Peter Drucker, the renowned management thinker, once said, "The bottleneck is always at the top of the bottle." In business, challenges often trace back to leadership. In this chapter, we'll focus on how a company's leaders shape its trajectory. You'll discover 3 essential tools: helping leaders clarify their personal ambitions, setting clear accountabilities, KPIs, and outcomes for senior roles, and identifying the few core processes that power the company's growth. We'll also dive into a simple guide for structuring your organization properly, always keeping team members close to their customers. Shine Lawyers, a case study. When co-founders Stephen Roche and Simon Morrison envisioned scaling Shine Lawyers, they understood that leadership had to evolve. To support growth, they promoted rising talents like Jody Wiley and Lisa Flynn into senior roles and built an executive team capable of steering a 600-person operation across 30 locations in Australia. Taking the bold step to launch an IPO, becoming one of the first law firms globally to do so, pushed even more changes. Morrison took the helm as managing director, focusing on operations, while Roche concentrated on strategic expansion and acquisitions as executive director. They strengthened their board with experienced leaders familiar with public markets. Reflecting on this transition, Morrison emphasized the importance of nurturing new leaders, declaring, "We now have a talented young team ready to take the business to greater heights." As organizations expand, leadership changes become inevitable. Friendships, loyalty, and egos can complicate these decisions, especially when early-stage leaders can no longer keep up with the demands of a scaling company. Organizational design, lessons from nature. Growing businesses often face confusion about structure as they add more employees. Both customers and staff can become disoriented without clear divisions and responsibilities. Nature offers a lesson, just as living cells can only grow to a certain size before needing to divide for survival, companies must also create smaller, more agile units. Otherwise, they risk becoming sluggish and inefficient. A healthy organization ensures small teams stay close to their customers, minimizing distance between employees and the marketplace. Amazon's famous two-pizza rule follows this principle. No team should be so large that two pizzas can't feed them. Each division or team needs a single accountable leader, someone who tracks progress and raises concerns but doesn't necessarily hold all decision-making power. Here, it's important to differentiate three key terms. Accountability belongs to the one person who monitors results and calls attention when problems arise. Responsibility, shared by all who contribute to a process or outcome. Authority, the right to make final decisions. If more than one person is accountable, no one truly is, leading to confusion and failure. Real-world example. In Gazelles, the CFO manages accountability for cash, monitoring, and reporting daily. Verne, the CEO, holds authority over major financial decisions, while every team member carries the responsibility to manage cash wisely. At frontline levels, accountability and authority often align closely, like at Ritz-Carlton, where any employee can spend up to $2,000 to immediately resolve a customer issue without needing approval. However, as you rise into senior leadership, you must often bear accountability for things increasingly outside your direct control. That's why executive roles demand exceptional skills in influence, communication, and leadership, and why they command higher pay. Tools for scaling leadership. One-page personal plan, OPPP. Leaders often neglect their personal lives while building companies. The OPPP helps balance this, encouraging leaders to set goals in 4 key areas. 1. Relationships. Build deeper connections with family, friends, employees, and communities. The 5 F's, faith, family, friends, fitness, and finance, guide these priorities. 2. Achievements. Set meaningful goals that leave a lasting impact, not just professional milestones. Think beyond money to legacy and contribution. 3. Rituals. Develop supportive habits like regular family time, exercise, community involvement, and peer support systems. 4. Wealth. View money as a tool to enrich relationships, support good causes, and create memorable experiences, not simply an end in itself. Key mindset. All assets eventually become liabilities. Focus on how money can flow through you to benefit others, creating a cycle of abundance. Function accountability chart, face. Next, it's essential to ensure the right people are handling the right tasks at the top of the company. The face chart outlines every function critical to a business, whether it's sales, marketing, operations, or finance. Even at the startup stage, the founder must juggle all these roles. Scaling up means progressively delegating these functions to others. A strong organization is simply a mirror of the leadership team's strength, and any dysfunction at the employee level often traces back to misalignments among senior leaders. By defining who is truly accountable for each major area and ensuring clarity between accountability, responsibility, and authority, companies can avoid chaos as they grow. Conclusion. Scaling up isn't just about getting bigger. It's about creating strong leadership, clear accountabilities, aligned teams, and structures that stay close to the customer. It's about building a thriving organism, not a bloated bureaucracy. When scaling a company, much like Morrison and Roche at Shine Lawyers, it's crucial to appoint leaders to handle the company's core functions, but only if they meet 2 vital conditions. 1. They must operate independently without needing constant supervision. 2. They should frequently impress the team through the quality of their ideas and their execution. Using a tool known as the FACE Function Accountability Chart, you can organize leadership by function. For each function, you'll assign 1 or 2 key performance indicators, KPIs. These measure the day-to-day activities needed to drive success. In addition, you'll define the ultimate outcomes each function is responsible for, such as revenue, profit margins, and cash flow, by tying them to your financial statements. Once this chart is fully filled out, it provides a powerful snapshot of the leadership team's strengths and gaps. It's a fast way to spot where you're missing the right talent or where someone might be overextended. If you need to hire externally to fill leadership roles, proceed carefully. Only onboard 1 senior leader every 6 to 9 months. That time frame gives a new executive enough space to understand your company's culture and start making meaningful contributions. Hiring too fast can dilute the company's DNA or overwhelm the new team member before they've had a chance to align. However, if your company is backed by venture capital or doubling in size every year, you might need to accelerate and bring in multiple executives at once. A word of caution. Whatever strengths a founder or senior leader has can often create hidden weaknesses in the company. For instance, if a founder is exceptional at marketing, the marketing department may ironically suffer because the founder micromanages it or refuses to hire top talent. Leaders often cling to what they know best, even when it would be wiser to recruit someone better than themselves in that area. Success means overcoming ego and seeking out people who outperform you in your strongest domains. Building your function accountability chart. FACE. The first step is simple. The FACE lists all essential business functions. Here, focus on the work, not job titles like CEO or CFO. It's about getting clear on what needs doing, not who has the fanciest title. 1. Each leadership team member writes down the initials of the person they believe is responsible for each function. 2. If a function is outsourced, like an external CFO, write down the name of your main contact at that firm. 3. Add any extra functions specific to your industry. 4. Also, list your different business units, even informal ones like different customer groups or locations. After everyone has filled out their list, compare notes. You'll often be surprised. Even leadership teams sometimes disagree on who is actually in charge of what. Next, ask these 4 questions. 1. Are multiple people listed for the same function? If so, that's a problem. Shared accountability usually leads to confusion. One person must be clearly responsible. 2. Is one person's name everywhere? If a single leader is carrying too many roles, that's a red flag for burnout and neglected duties. 3. Are there empty boxes? If no one is listed for a function, that function is vulnerable. For example, everyone being in charge of customer service really means no one is. 4. Are you excited about who's listed in each role? If there's doubt about someone's performance or fit, it's time for hard conversations. Real-world example. At Purley Fullerton, a consulting firm, only 3 names kept popping up on their face chart, even though 6 leaders sat in the room. It showed that founders Purley and Fullerton were still controlling too much. Eventually, they restructured. Fullerton became COO, pushing execution, while Purley took on the visionary role as president, focusing on strategy. Dell. When Michael Dell returned as CEO, he found major gaps. Dell hadn't had a chief marketing officer in 2 years, nor was anyone formally leading customer advocacy. He quickly corrected this, hiring a new CMO and assigning clear accountability for customer service, a move that helped steer Dell back toward success. Setting KPIs for each function. Now for each function, define 1 to 3 KPIs. KPIs must track leading activities, not just final results. Before setting KPIs, cover up the names on your chart. Ask, what activities actually matter to this function? Once you've defined KPIs properly, match the right person to the work. If there's a mismatch, that's a sign changes are needed. Example for the head of company. Their KPI? It's not vision, that's too vague. Their real KPI is making sure every box on the FACE tool is filled with the right person doing the right job the right way. The late W. Edwards Deming said it best, a leader's true job is prediction, seeing what's ahead based on clear data. Assigning financial outcomes. In the final step, pull out your profit and loss statement and balance sheet. Assign a specific person to be accountable for every major line item, revenue, margins, expenses, all of it. Again, apply the same 4 questions. Is there confusion over accountability? Is someone overloaded? Are there line items with no owner? Are you confident in each person listed? Legendary business leader Jack Stack once pointed out, financial statements need a who column. Every dollar in, dollar out, someone should be watching it. When you finish this exercise, you'll have one of the clearest leadership maps possible, no confusing org charts needed. Jim Collins, in How the Mighty Fall, found that in mediocre companies, leaders introduce themselves by title. In great companies, leaders say, I'm responsible for growing revenue, or I own customer satisfaction. That's what the FACE tool helps you build, a culture of real accountability. Beyond basic structure. At first, companies organize by functions. But once you hit 50 employees or so, you'll need to evolve. That's when it's time to organize around projects, customer groups, product lines, or regions. That shift leads to the beginning of a matrix organization, a more sophisticated structure that balances flexibility and focus as you grow. Adapting organizations to serve customers and empower leaders. The push to restructure businesses often comes from one critical source, the customer. When customers find themselves confused about who to contact, frustrated after being passed from department to department, and overwhelmed by communications from different parts of the company, it's a clear sign that organizational changes are needed. Inside the company, employees also experience uncertainty, unsure of whose direction they should prioritize. If leadership doesn't clarify roles and responsibilities, both innovation and productivity suffer. Companies end up wasting energy swinging back and forth between centralizing and decentralizing different functions. To move through this shift successfully, functional leaders, those who traditionally drove operations, must evolve. Rather than acting as authoritative bosses, they must step into the role of advisors and coaches for business unit leaders. At the same time, the heads of these business units must behave like the CEOs of their own segments. Strong, decisive leadership is necessary. Companies cannot afford to have passive, approval-seeking managers at the helm of their business units. This transformation can be especially tough for long-time functional leaders who thrived during the company's startup phase. They were once able to make fast, independent decisions but now must pivot to a collaborative, persuasive style, focusing on influencing rather than commanding. Their authority will be earned through expertise and results, not merely granted by title. Often, the best way to honor the capabilities of these seasoned leaders is to put them in charge of new initiatives, such as expanding into new markets or launching fresh product lines. Meanwhile, bringing in new functional heads with specialized skills, whether in sales, marketing, HR, or finance, can ensure a more collaborative and supportive environment for the new business units. Navigating leadership in a matrix structure. Operating within a matrix organization brings its own challenges. Employees often feel torn between multiple managers. They support several business units while still answering to a functional department head. To avoid confusion and maintain motivation, it's crucial to establish clear accountability. When it comes to rewards like raises and promotions, the decision should not rest solely with the functional leader. For example, if Tom supports marketing efforts across several product lines, his success should primarily be judged based on feedback from the business units he supports, not just the opinion of the head of marketing. This ensures Tom remains focused on the real needs of the business units. Matrix structures can quickly become dysfunctional if mishandled. Without clear accountability, organizations can waste precious time and energy arguing about reporting lines, cost allocations, and decision rights. The ultimate test of a well-structured organization is simple. Customers should be satisfied, and employees should be absolutely clear about their roles and responsibilities. If customer complaints persist or internal confusion becomes widespread, it's a warning sign that the structure needs revisiting. It's important to remember, companies are living systems. Their survival hinges on the ability to adapt. As Charles Darwin taught us, it's not the strongest or the smartest who survive. It's those most responsive to change. Driving efficiency with process accountability. A third key tool for scaling organizations is the Process Accountability Chart, or PACE. This simple one-page tool identifies the primary business processes, typically between 4 and 9, and assigns clear accountability for each one. It also establishes metrics for monitoring whether these processes are performing effectively. Core processes might include launching new products, attracting and onboarding employees, generating sales leads, or billing customers. As companies grow, these cross-functional activities become more complex, making coordination essential. To streamline these processes, companies should embrace the lean methodology, a system pioneered by Toyota that emphasizes eliminating activities that don't add value for customers. Lean principles are not just for manufacturing. They are equally transformative in service businesses and startups. Implementing lean has yielded impressive results for many companies. John Stapleton, for example, applied lean practices to his research company, achieving a 28% improvement in productivity within just 1 week. His team adopted simple visual tools, like color-coded research forms, to reduce errors and maximize efficiency. Mastering operational excellence with lean. Operational excellence is one of the few factors entirely within a company's control. Jeff Booth, CEO of BuildDirect, used lean strategies to significantly speed up the process of onboarding new vendors to his platform. He partnered with lean expert Guy Parsons and even created a short video to share the lean philosophy with his team. The essence of lean thinking is to scrutinize every activity through the lens of customer value. Mike Jagger, CEO of Providence Security, applied this by categorizing every expense into 2 groups: activities customers would willingly pay for and those they wouldn't. As a result, he canceled a costly server upgrade and migrated to Gmail, saving $60,000 in IT costs in the first year alone. Creating space for growth. At Nurse Next Door, lean principles helped double the business volume without adding any new staff at headquarters. CEO Ken Sim emphasized an important principle: lean initiatives must not threaten jobs. If employees fear that process improvements could cost them their positions, they will resist the change. Instead, lean should be seen as a way to free up employee capacity so they can focus on higher-value activities. For instance, after streamlining the payroll process, their billing accountant was able to finish her work in half the time. Rather than laying her off, the leadership team encouraged her to take extra time off, reinforcing the idea that lean is about making work better, not about cutting heads. Nurse Next Door also streamlined franchise onboarding, reduced inventory requirements, and dramatically improved call center productivity, all without increasing staff. In every case, lean practices helped companies shift from just surviving to thriving, even in challenging economic climates. Final thought. Organizations that master clear accountability and embrace lean methodologies will not only survive change, they will lead it. The first businesses in any industry to fully adopt these principles will likely dominate their fields. Efficiency, clarity, and adaptability are not just operational goals, they are the keys to long-term success. Completing your process accountability chart. Step 1. Define your core processes. Bring your leadership team together, and it's smart to include a few middle managers too, and identify the 4 to 9 essential processes that truly drive your business forward. Some will be common across companies, like billing and collections. Others will be unique to your industry or your specific business model. Typically, completing this part takes a couple of focused 90-minute sessions. For example, at Softonic, a major online platform based in Barcelona, their 7 key processes included: talent acquisition, product innovation, sales through to revenue collection, new product development, employee growth and development, customer experience management, creation and distribution of content. Action step. Come together and align on the 4 to 9 vital processes that keep your business alive and thriving. Step 2. Assign ownership. Once you've mapped out these processes, it's time to decide who's responsible for each. This isn't about giving someone authority over everyone involved. It's about accountability. The process leader's job is to oversee how the system is functioning, tracking its performance on time, cost, and quality, flagging any issues, and guiding regular meetings to refine and improve the process. Since processes usually cross departments, there may be turf battles. Remind your team, leadership here means coordination, not control. Generally, these process leaders will report up to your head of operations, someone with a systems mindset who's ideally passionate about lean methods and continual process improvement. Action step. For every process you defined, pick a point person responsible for tracking and improving it under the direction of your operations head. Step 3. Define key metrics. Just like with team performance, your processes need to be measured with KPIs, key performance indicators. These usually focus on speed, quality, and cost. Speed, often measured in days or hours, is a universal KPI because customers want products and services delivered better, faster, and more affordably. Tracking time encourages operational efficiency and customer satisfaction. Lean principles heavily emphasize speed as a core driver of improvement. Action step. For each major process, select 1 to 3 KPIs that will measure how fast, high quality, and cost-effective the process is. Taking it further, mapping and improving processes. After assigning accountabilities and KPIs, gather everyone who interacts with a specific process, including some customers if possible. Use colored sticky notes, 1 color per department, to map out every step and decision point in the process. Once you lay it all out visually, you'll usually be shocked at how many extra steps exist, both digital and physical. Then you can begin simplifying, eliminating waste, and making the process as efficient as possible. Set measurable KPIs at each key step so that you can track performance continuously. Proper documentation also doubles as an excellent training guide for new hires or struggling employees. Processes tend to accumulate unnecessary complexity over time, just like closets and garages get cluttered. So make it a habit to review and clean up one process every quarter. With 4 to 9 processes, you'll revisit each every year or 2, which is often enough to stay on top of things. Action step. Bring together a cross-functional team for each key process. Map it out, streamline it, and lock in KPIs at each major decision point. The power of checklists. After streamlining your processes, breathe life into them with checklists. Checklists can make or break process execution. In his famous book, The Checklist Manifesto, Dr. Atul Gawande showed how a simple checklist dramatically reduced deaths and infections during surgeries. The same principle applies to business. Checklists catch the mental mistakes we all make, especially under stress or in complex workflows. Take Apple stores as an example. Every employee follows a simple checklist when interacting with customers. Approach with a warm, personalized welcome. Probe to understand needs respectfully. Present solutions tailored to the customer. Listen and resolve concerns. End with a fond farewell and an open invitation to return. A clear checklist ensures consistent delivery of excellent service. Wrapping it all together. Success in building a strong company comes down to 2 things. Having the right leaders doing the right things right, captured in your functional accountability chart, FACE. Having strong systems and clear processes that support those leaders, captured in your process accountability chart, PACE. Together, FACE and PACE give you the critical structure needed for sustainable growth, smooth operations, and less drama along the way. Chapter 4. Building the right team, attracting and hiring A players. Securing the right talent is just as vital as winning the right customers. Finding and bringing on board top performers at every level is essential to scaling a successful business. This process must involve marketing strategies for recruiting and a structured hiring method like top rating to ensure you pick the best fits. Done right, these methods will flood your company with skilled candidates, and among them, you'll find the unique individuals who match your company's values and vision. Why hiring right matters. Poor hiring decisions come at a steep cost, up to 15 times the individual's annual salary, according to top rating research. That's why mastering the art and science of recruitment is non-negotiable if you want your business to thrive. Take Scott Nash, founder of Mom's Organic Market, for example. In search of a CFO, Nash knew that hiring just anyone with financial skills wouldn't cut it. Mom's stands on a bold mission, protecting and restoring the environment. Their commitment runs deep. They've even banned plastic water bottles in stores. So they needed a CFO not just skilled in numbers but someone deeply aligned with their mission, capable of managing finances while remaining true to the company's eco-conscious principles. Similarly, Gene Brown, founder of the City Bin Company in Ireland, faced a different but equally tough challenge, finding and keeping workers for his waste collection company. Even though his business won awards and recognition, attracting people to physically demanding, early morning jobs wasn't easy. So how do leaders like Nash and Brown overcome these obstacles and build strong teams? Let's dive in. Step 1. Define what you need with precision. Before you post a job listing, you must first craft a job scorecard. This isn't your typical job description. A job scorecard clearly defines the purpose of the role, the specific outcomes the employee must achieve, and the technical and cultural competencies required to succeed. This tool, pioneered through top rating by Brad and Jeff Smart, drastically improves hiring success rates up to over 90% compared to traditional interview methods that succeed only about half the time. An A player is someone among the top 10% of available talent and, crucially, someone willing to accept your offer within your company's financial range. It's not about overpaying, it's about finding the best fit people who are excited about your mission. When you focus on measurable outcomes rather than duties, the difference is huge. Instead of saying, coach the sales team, you target specific goals, increase revenue from $20 million to $35 million over 3 years. This clarity allows you to objectively assess if a candidate can actually deliver results. Cultural fit is non-negotiable. Skills matter, but culture fit matters more. The best employees align naturally with your organization's values and strategic priorities. Remember, companies thrive not because every individual is good at everything, but because each person brings unique strengths that fit the broader mission. Step 2. Hire specialists, not generalists. Managing a growing business is more like playing chess than checkers. In checkers, every piece moves the same. In chess, each piece has a distinct role. As your organization grows, you need a team of highly specialized individuals, not generalists. Forget trying to find well-rounded candidates. Instead, seek out what some call idiot savants, people who excel at one thing. You wouldn't let a family doctor perform your heart surgery, would you? In the same way, hire people who are brilliant at their particular specialty. And sometimes, the best hires are a little strange. Daniel M. Cable, in his book Change to Strange, points out that companies who want to stand out can't rely on conventional employees. They need people who are passionate, different, and even quirky, people who fit into a culture that's intentionally strange and distinctive. If you're building a unique brand, then your workforce must reflect that uniqueness too. Step 3. Think of recruiting like marketing. Once you know the kind of people you're looking for, you need to market to them, just like you would market to potential customers. Most companies wrongly assume the right candidates will just show up. The reality is that the best people are already employed and need a compelling reason to consider you. Smart companies apply guerrilla marketing tactics to recruitment. Google, for instance, placed a cryptic math puzzle on a billboard near Yahoo's offices. No company name, just a challenge. Solving the puzzle led candidates down a trail that eventually revealed Google's involvement and attracted top engineering talent. Similarly, Atlassian, a software firm from Australia, toured Europe in a giant bus with a cheeky slogan, "Europe, we're coming to steal your geeks." The stunt got major media coverage and drew in excellent candidates. Employment Group in Michigan even used themed quarterly meetings styled after popular rock bands to get covered by business journals, attracting great talent while boosting their brand. A real-world example, Mom's Organic Market. When Moms needed a CFO, they didn't just throw up a generic listing. They posted on treehugger.com, a site popular with environmentally minded readers. Their ad was full of personality, asking, "Do you want to work for a David, not a Goliath? Are you an entrepreneur trapped in a CPA's body? Would you rather work in jeans than a suit?" Within a week, 40 strong candidates applied. Eventually, they hired Kelly Moeller, a skilled CFO who also shared their environmental passion. 8 years later, she helped Moms scale to $130 million in annual revenue, competing against giants like Whole Foods. Moms takes the same creative approach to all their hiring, using their website's career page to screen for values and attitude, not just skills. The results? Higher retention, stronger culture, and employees who genuinely love where they work. The power of reputation. A great internal culture becomes a magnet for talent. Companies like Rackspace Hosting, with over 50,000 applicants for 500 job openings, prove that building a reputation as an amazing workplace is a recruiting superpower. Being listed among the best places to work isn't just a badge of honor, it's a practical way to attract top performers without constant hunting. Similarly, the Citibank company learned that hiring differently by celebrating what made their jobs unique helped them attract passionate, committed employees. One standout hire was Gary Manogue, who joined as a garbage collector because the physical work complemented his training as a competitive kickboxer. Later, he became a world champion, a testament to how aligning roles with individual lifestyles and passions creates extraordinary outcomes. Key takeaway: recruitment isn't about finding people who can simply do the job, it's about finding people who love the job, who fit the culture, and who will thrive in your company's unique environment. Play chess, not checkers. Hire the strange. And market your mission with the same creativity you use to market your products. In Ireland, where many young men are passionate about fitness but often find themselves unemployed, the Citibank company spotted a golden opportunity. They rolled out a fresh hiring campaign with an irresistible message: would you like to get paid for your daily workout? By advertising at local gyms and relying on the power of word of mouth, they attracted a very different kind of applicant: energetic, fitness-driven individuals who didn't see this as just another job. They viewed it as a chance to stay active and earn at the same time. Companies like the Citibank company and Mom's Organic Market understand that achieving big goals hinges on assembling the right team. But here's the truth: the most talented people aren't simply hanging around waiting for an opportunity. They're not always scrolling through job boards. Instead, smart companies realize they must market their mission and core values to attract the best, just as they would market their products to customers. Once you build a pool of potential A players, it's crucial to filter wisely. Gut feelings won't cut it. A disciplined, strategic hiring process is key. This is where tools like the top grading method come into play. At Mom's, the hiring journey starts with an online application designed to uncover a candidate's true motivations. Applicants are asked questions like, which companies do you admire? The goal? To discover what truly matters to them. Answers focused on passion and values are what Mom's is looking for, not just those chasing a paycheck or job security. Online assessments, like those from Assess Systems and Objective Management Group, further help whittle down the candidates. These evaluations bring the list from dozens down to a manageable 5 to 10 contenders. At this point, companies move to the next stage: interviews. But not just any casual conversation. They use a structured method known as top grading. To master this method, business leaders often turn to Jeff Smart and Randy Streets, who the A method for hiring, or Bradford D. Smart's detailed book, Top Grading. The top grading approach starts with a short screening interview. Just 5 well-crafted questions, simple enough to complete in 30 to 45 minutes, can narrow your list from 10 to 3 finalists. When hiring, smart leaders prioritize for essential traits in this specific order. Do they have the drive to excel, learn, persevere, and innovate? Values: are their personal beliefs aligned with the company's core principles? Results: can they deliver measurable success and outcomes? Skills: although important, skills come last because technical abilities can always be taught and updated over time. Choosing the right people builds unstoppable momentum inside a company. Get it right and work becomes a joy. Get it wrong and even the best strategies can unravel. 5. The managers or coaches. Retaining and growing your team. Summary: hiring the right people is just the beginning. If you want to keep your team motivated and performing at their best, you need excellent managers, or better yet, coaches. Without developing strong coaching abilities at every level, businesses often hit a wall that prevents further growth. In this section, we'll explore 5 essential actions top managers take to nurture their teams, and we'll show why training your people yields better returns than pouring money into research, equipment, or even marketing. Remember this: people join companies, but they leave managers. Studies show that managers directly influence about 70% of the variation in employee engagement. Fancy perks like free snacks or yoga classes don't make up for weak leadership. What truly makes a difference are managers who continuously develop themselves and their people. Once a company grows past 100 employees, a point where not everyone knows each other's names, strong middle managers become critical. Neglecting leadership development at this stage is one of the 3 major reasons businesses struggle to scale. Keeping your best people energized. What actions separate a great manager from an average one? Google once ran a deep data analysis to uncover this very question. Their findings? The number one factor wasn't technical skill, it was frequent one-on-one coaching. From practical experience, we found that great managers guide their direct supports, not just direct reports, in 5 crucial ways, ranked here from least to most important. 5. Hire less, pay more. 4. Give recognition and appreciation. 3. Set clear expectations and provide line of sight. 2. Remove barriers, de-hassle. 1. Help people play to their strengths. Let's dive into each one. 5. Hire selectively and pay above the market. In his book Drive, Daniel Pink explains that traditional rewards like bonuses or perks don't fuel modern workers as much as we think. People want purpose, autonomy, and mastery. Yet, fair and generous pay still matters. Companies that consistently attract top talent, like Mom's Organic Market, offer wages above the market average. Their philosophy is simple: one outstanding employee is worth 3 average ones. Rigorous hiring practices help them bring in top performers whom they then pay well and continuously train. Take the Container Store, for example. They hire only about 3% of applicants and pay salespeople up to double the industry norm. Plus, they provide 263 hours of training in the first year compared to a meager industry average of just 7. Their principle? 1 great person equals 3 good ones. Costco uses the same approach, paying its people significantly more than competitors like Sam's Club and enjoying dramatically lower turnover rates as a result. Fewer employees, better pay, higher productivity. Even at elite firms like Goldman Sachs, paying more doesn't just attract better talent. It results in higher profits per employee. The big lesson: align your compensation strategy with your company's culture and mission. Custom tailor packages for top performers. Fairness doesn't mean offering the exact same deal to everyone. It means doing what it takes to retain excellence. 4. Consistently show recognition and appreciation. The human need to feel appreciated runs deep. Psychologists have found that for people to remain motivated at work, they need about 3 positive interactions for every 1 negative. In marriages, the ratio is even higher, 5-to-1. Thank your team every day. Send gratitude through a quick email. Speak it aloud in meetings. Small acts of appreciation build massive loyalty over time. However, not everyone likes recognition the same way. Some people thrive on public praise, while others prefer a quiet word in private. Great managers pay attention and adjust their approach for each individual. Want to master this? Check out Peak by Chip Conley, especially Chapter 5, which dives deep into the art of appreciation. 3. Set clear goals and provide line of sight. People want to know their work matters. Effective managers link each person's daily efforts to the company's larger mission, strategy, and brand promise. This creates what Jack Stack calls line of sight. Employees should be able to clearly explain how their actions contribute to the organization's bigger goals. Once that's understood, managers must set specific, measurable outcomes, the what, not the how, and then give employees the freedom to figure out the best path. At Mom's Organic Market, managers set clear KPIs, priorities, and 1 critical number each quarter. Employees are trusted to meet these goals creatively, but if they fall short, they immediately receive coaching and support. Clear targets, autonomy, and accountability, that's the winning combo. 2. Remove obstacles, de-hassle. Instead of asking, how do I motivate my team, great managers ask, how can I stop demotivating them? One of the biggest morale killers? Poor coworkers. Top performers despise working alongside mediocre people. As Netflix's former talent officer Patty McCord says, the best benefit you can offer is a team of excellent colleagues. Great managers also aren't afraid to fire toxic clients who disrespect their teams. Protecting your employees' energy often leads to a surge in productivity that more than offsets the temporary loss in revenue. Beyond people issues, managers must streamline processes, eliminate unnecessary rules, and ensure teams have the tools they need. Lean principles and process improvements can have an immediate, massive impact on morale and output. A helpful mindset shift: stop seeing employees as direct reports. Instead, see yourself as their direct support. 1. Focus on strengths. True management excellence lies in helping people spend more time on tasks that energize them and less on those that drain them. A strength isn't just something you're good at, it's something that gives you energy. A weakness, by contrast, drains you even if you perform it well. Great managers help their team members prune their roles over time, maximizing time spent in their strength zones. A practical exercise. Have employees track which tasks they love and which they loathe over a few weeks. Then adjust job roles accordingly or hire new team members to pick up the draining tasks. The result? Happier, more productive teams who stick around longer and contribute more. Strengths-based management isn't just theory, it's a game changer. Organizations like Facebook embrace this mindset, and it's a huge factor in their success. Also, don't forget to apply this idea to yourself. Delegate tasks that deplete your energy so you can focus more on what you love. Manager or leader. Here's a final reflection. Good managers talk about their team in generalities. Great managers can describe each team member's strengths, personality, and accomplishments in vivid detail. Management is about recognizing and leveraging differences. Leadership, on the other hand, is about uniting people around common goals and shared values. Both are important, but once your company crosses the 50-employee mark, you can't scale without great managers in place to implement the 5 practices we've just covered. Visionary leadership plus strong coaching equals sustainable growth. Growing talent within your organization. Building skills from the inside out. The City Bin Company and Garbage University. In 2012, Gene Brown, the CEO and co-founder of the City Bin Company in Galway, Ireland, launched an ambitious internal education initiative known as Garbage University. The vision was clear: to create an in-house academy that would continuously sharpen the skills of every employee. Every 2 weeks, staff members dedicate 3 hours to professional learning sessions that run parallel to the academic year. Each year, a central theme guides the curriculum. In 2013, for instance, the focus was growth, fittingly selected as the company expanded its team from 70 to 120 employees within just 1 year. This ongoing education has become a pillar of the company's culture, driving performance, innovation, and engagement across all levels. Growing together, the learning culture at Mom's Organic Market. At Mom's Organic Market, education is not an isolated activity but a shared community experience. Each year, produce managers commit to reading and studying 4 to 5 books as a team. These selections include a blend of business-focused books like Multipliers by Liz Wiseman and The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team by Patrick Lencioni, along with industry-specific titles such as Organic Manifesto by Maria Rodale. John Croft, the company's training director, explains that this collective approach to reading and discussion strengthens both leadership skills and technical expertise. It fosters an environment where team members are not just learning for themselves, they're growing together, aligning their understanding and sharpening their effectiveness as a group. Why education fuels business success? Companies that prioritize employee development consistently outperform those that don't. As Lori Bassi highlights in her book Good Company, Business Success in the Worthiness Era, investing in people is the strongest predictor of a company's ability to excel against the competition. Jack Welch, the legendary CEO of General Electric, once described the return on investment for GE's renowned Crotonville Management Training Center as infinite. These insights point to a fundamental truth. Companies that relentlessly focus on growing their people inevitably grow their profits, their reputations, and their impact. Mastering onboarding, creating exceptional first impressions. Making new hires feel valued from the start. All too often, organizations squander the critical early days of a new employee's journey by delivering a lackluster onboarding experience. Renowned sales trainer Jack Daly urges companies to flip the script, treat new hires with the same energy, attention, and celebration typically reserved for farewell parties. Some companies have embraced this philosophy wholeheartedly. Atlassian welcomes new employees and their significant others with a spa weekend before they even start their first day. Others decorate desks with balloons, host welcome lunches, or send thoughtful gift baskets to the employee's home after their initial day. These gestures create an immediate sense of belonging and enthusiasm, emotions that can shape an employee's loyalty for years to come. Formalized orientation programs immersing newcomers in culture. The most successful companies go beyond gestures and build comprehensive orientation programs that immerse new hires in the company's values, mission, and way of working. Zappos famously requires every new hire, regardless of position, to spend time working in the call center. This ensures that everyone intimately understands the company's commitment to exceptional customer service. Sapient has developed a rigorous 5-day boot camp where new recruits engage with real internal projects while being steeped in the company's core values. Blinds.com welcomes newcomers with scavenger hunts designed to familiarize them with the organization and even offers a personal company history tour led by CEO Jay Steinfeld himself. Studies show that the early days of employment are a critical imprinting period akin to how a newly hatched bird bonds with the first moving object it sees. Done well, onboarding can imprint strong cultural alignment and forge long-lasting loyalty. Growth companies are, first and foremost, training companies. Henry McGovern, chairman of Amherst Holdings, captured a key truth when he said, "We are more a training company than a restaurant company." This mindset is echoed by organizations like the Container Store and CJ Advertising, who recognize that continuous employee development is not a luxury. It's the engine that powers sustained success. Just as pilots, doctors, and even funeral directors are required to complete a certain number of professional training hours each year, business professionals deserve and require the same commitment to growth. Suggested minimum annual training hours include 12 hours for frontline employees, 25 hours for middle managers, 45 to 60 hours for senior leaders. Concerned that investing in employee development will cause trained employees to leave? Research consistently shows the opposite. Companies that invest in their people actually retain them longer and build more resilient, committed teams. Organizations are encouraged to allocate 2 to 3% of their total payroll budget toward employee training initiatives. Special attention should be given to middle managers who often shoulder enormous responsibilities without adequate preparation and whose effectiveness can profoundly impact organizational health. Real-world example, Garbage University in action. At the Citybin Company, Gene Brown personally crafts a detailed, semester-based syllabus for Garbage University each year. The curriculum blends Harvard Business Review case studies, dynamic video content from Harvard Business Publishing's online portal, and active book discussions among team members. Training topics range widely, from mastering social media engagement, inspired by David Meerman Scott's The New Rules of Marketing and PR, to in-depth explorations of leadership, salesmanship, and world-class customer service. This isn't just nice-to-have training. As the Citybin Company expands internationally through strategic partnerships and licensing deals, this deliberate internal education ensures that every team member is prepared to meet the challenges of global competition with skill and confidence. Leveraging online learning and book clubs. Companies like Amherst and Mom's Organic Market have also seamlessly woven online education into their leadership development frameworks. At Mom's, leadership teams watch thought-provoking seminars such as Malcolm Gladwell's Outliers, followed by in-depth discussions to connect the lessons to their real-world challenges. Recently, Mom's extended this model beyond managers to include hourly associates, using resources like the Happiness Advantage by Sean Aker to foster resilience, positivity, and shared values. Book clubs have proven to be another powerful tool for development. Titles such as Multipliers by Liz Wiseman and The Weekly Coaching Conversation by Brian Souza fuel rich conversations about growth, leadership, and collaboration. Discussions of Lean In by Sheryl Sandberg even led to tangible policy shifts, including the formation of a committee focused on making the workplace more supportive for families. At Mom's, learning is not something extra. It is a core part of who they are. This commitment has helped the company grow profitably at 4 times the rate of the average industry player. Coaching, personalized development for maximum impact. When Google set out to discover what makes a great manager, the top finding was simple: great managers act like great coaches. Effective companies are replacing the outdated notion of bosses with the modern model of coaching leaders who nurture talent through personalized support. One proven framework is situational leadership, created by Ken Blanchard and Paul Hersey. It teaches that coaching should be dynamic. Leaders must adapt their style depending on an employee's specific level of skill and confidence for any given task. The traditional annual performance review is increasingly seen as obsolete. Instead, leading organizations are moving toward frequent, informal coaching conversations, ideally held weekly or monthly. Topics in these sessions might include reviewing personal goals and key performance indicators (KPIs), checking alignment with company core values, giving timely positive or constructive feedback, planning career development and growth pathways. Leaders should also intentionally rotate employees through different projects and roles, exposing them to new challenges and helping them discover and refine their natural strengths. Today's careers no longer resemble a predictable corporate ladder. They look more like an adventurous rock climb, full of new opportunities and personalized paths to success. Recommended reading for developing coaching skills: Leadership and the 1-Minute Manager by Ken Blanchard. Help Them Grow or Watch Them Go by Beverly Kay and Julie Winkle-Giulioni. Key takeaway: if you are serious about growing your company, you must first invest wholeheartedly in growing your people through onboarding, continuous education, personalized coaching, and creating a culture where learning is celebrated and encouraged every single day. Scaling up strategy. Introduction to strategy. Key question: can you clearly articulate your firm's strategy? And is that strategy consistently fueling sustainable growth in both revenue and gross margins? Take Domino's Pizza, for example. Tom Monahan, its founder, summed up the company's original strategy in a single, unforgettable line: pizza delivered in 30 minutes or less, or it's free. That simple and powerful promise turned Monahan into a billionaire. Today, he's in the process of giving his fortune away. Half a century later, Domino's made a strategic pivot. They shifted their focus from speed to improving the quality of their product. They slightly eased up on their service times, but the result was extraordinary. Their growth rebounded, and within just 36 months, their stock price tripled. The lesson is clear. For any company serious about scaling up, it is essential to craft a clear, simple, and differentiated strategy, and to back it up with a strong internal culture capable of delivering on your brand's promises. What defines a winning strategy? How can you tell if your company has a truly market-dominating, competitor-crushing strategy? There are two primary financial indicators: sustainable growth in top-line revenues, steadily increasing gross margin dollars, which, as we'll explore later in the accounting chapter, is often the real top-line metric for many businesses. But financial data isn't the only sign. If customers are flocking to your business, bringing their friends, family, and colleagues along with them, it's a strong indicator your strategy is working. On the other hand, without a powerful strategy, your company will likely face unrelenting price pressure as competitors and the broader market steadily commoditize your offerings. Another clear test: if you find yourself saying no far more often than yes to opportunities, to customers who aren't the right fit, to applicants who don't align with your culture, you're on the right track. In the early stages of a company's life, it's natural to say yes to almost everything. But eventually, success gives you the luxury to be selective, and strong strategy tells you exactly when to say yes and when to say no. Pro tip: go back and read that last sentence again. It's that important. Why strategy is a continuous process. Strategy isn't a one-and-done task. It's an ongoing battle, requiring continuous attention because markets, competitors, and customer needs are constantly evolving. To paraphrase the great Prussian general Karl von Clausewitz, strategy only survives until the next encounter with the enemy, or in business terms, the next move by a competitor. Thus, senior leadership must dedicate weekly time to refining and adjusting the company's strategy away from the daily grind and firefighting. That execution section of Scaling Up introduces the tools and routines that will free up your leadership team's time so this vital strategic work can happen consistently. How top strategists think. Top strategists are often likened to chess grandmasters. However, the difference between a grandmaster and a novice isn't that the master sees further ahead, it's that they have 10 times more options for their very next move based on the current situation. This is why it's invaluable to work with mentors, advisors, and consultants, those who have guided hundreds of companies and have a deep arsenal of proven strategies and potential next steps. Chapter 6. The Core, Values, Purpose, and Competencies. Executive Summary. Just as athletes need a strong core for stability, strength, and control, growth-focused companies need a strong core to maintain their culture while scaling. This chapter covers how core values, purpose, and competencies form that core and how to make them real and actionable, not just words on a wall. We'll also explore 8 ways your core can strengthen your HR systems using AppleTree Answers as a real-world example. John Ratliff, founder and former CEO of AppleTree Answers, a 650-person call center firm built through 24 acquisitions, understood how crucial it is to define and communicate a company's core, its values, purpose, and competencies. Leading a far-flung team across multiple locations, Ratliff and his team worked hard to integrate new employees into the company's culture without losing their way. Toward the end of the chapter, we'll dive into AppleTree's specific practices for keeping its culture strong through rapid growth. Without a strong core, fast-growing firms are vulnerable to cultural drift, loss of focus, and disengagement, the business equivalent of wheels flying off at high speed. Just as a strong midsection supports an athlete, an organization's core is held together by 3 muscles: values, purpose, and competencies. The core connects people and strategy within the 4 decisions framework. Once your company grows past 50 to 70 employees, the point where leaders can no longer know everyone personally, it becomes critical to codify the core, communicate it clearly, and keep reinforcing it over time. These 3 elements anchor the left side of the one-page strategic plan, OPSB, and represent the organization's heart and soul. Let's explore each component and how you can use them practically to focus and strengthen your company's culture. Core values. When Hatem Tyabji grew Verifone from $31 million to $600 million over 11 years, he credited much of his leadership success to a 9-page blue book, a simple guide, translated into 8 languages, that spelled out Verifone's core values. Tyabji identified what had made Verifone successful and spent the next decade reinforcing those principles daily. Now, as chairman of Best Buy, he continues to stress the importance of staying rooted in a company's founding values. Core values are the rules and boundaries that define your company's culture and character. They serve as the final should/shouldn't test for all decisions and behaviors. Leaders must set the example by living these values daily. When core values are deeply embedded, leaders can delegate more confidently. Instead of needing approval for every small decision, employees can simply ask themselves, what do the core values tell me to do? This approach mirrors good parenting. A few key rules, consistently repeated, help children and employees internalize values over time. Your company's personality. Your company, like a person, has a distinct personality. If your business is younger than 5 years old, its core values are likely still forming, much like a young child's personality. Over time, these values harden and become permanent. Trying to change core values later is as disruptive as trying to change a person's personality. J. Stuart Moore, co-founder of Sapient, admitted that adjusting the company's original core values to fit a major acquisition led to serious cultural problems, ones he only solved by returning to the original list. This reality explains why mergers are a myth. There are only acquisitions. Successful acquirers like Ratliff at AppleTree focus on integrating new employees into their existing culture, not blending 2 cultures together. First, however, you must accurately discover, not invent, your core values. Discovering the right core values. Many companies waste time and money trying to create core values through surveys and brainstorming sessions, only to end up with generic lists, honesty, teamwork, customer service, that don't capture their real culture. Discerning core values is a discovery process, similar to how archaeologists unearth artifacts. Growth firm coaches help leadership teams find real examples of behaviors that reflect the company's true values. Important: once you create a working list, don't rush to memorialize it, literally or figuratively. Test the list over the next few quarterly meetings. Ask, are there real stories showing these values in action? If yes, you're likely identifying a core value. If not, it might be wishful thinking. For example, Gazelles, the author's company, discovered during this process that one value needed to be removed, one was missing, and some needed rewording to better reflect their real language and stories. Here's Gazelle's updated core values list. Practice what we preach. Nothing less than ecstatic customers. First class for less. Honor intellectual capitalists. Everyone an entrepreneur. Never, ever, ever give up. Tip: use phrases, not single words, to define values, and remember, values aren't always feel good. Disney's value of preservation and control of the Disney magic reflects a highly controlling but highly successful culture. Communicate your core values clearly and vividly. Take inspiration from Verifone's Blue Book or from Ezepe, which created avatars and videos to bring their values to life. Core purpose. If core values are the soul, core purpose is the heart of your organization. It's the deep reason why your company exists, beyond making money. It answers, why does our work matter? What difference do we make? Why would the world miss us if we disappeared? Companies that ignite employees' hearts, not just their heads. See 40% higher discretionary effort. Often, a powerful purpose can be summed up in one word or idea. 3M. Innovation. Disney, happiness. Walmart. Robin Hood, saving customers money. When Verne's children's school wanted to clarify its purpose, instead of settling for a boring, generic mission statement, it focused on a single energizing idea: engagement, creating a place where students, teachers, and parents are so engaged that learning becomes a lifelong habit. To uncover your purpose, try the 5 whys exercise. Start by asking, what do we do? And then repeatedly ask, why, until you reach a deeply meaningful answer, then back up one level from saving the world. At Gazelles, for instance, the ultimate answer wasn't just about coaching companies, it was about freedom, freeing leaders to grow and succeed. Warning: many companies confuse purpose with brand promises. Brand promises focus on product/service attributes, best talent, save time. Purpose goes deeper, it's about meaning, not features. For example, Employment Group, a staffing firm, defined their purpose as helping people succeed. The purpose should be captured in a short stump speech that the CEO delivers over and over again, helping everyone stay connected to the big why. Think of Howard Schultz closing Starbucks stores for a day. It wasn't just about better coffee. It was about recommitting to Starbucks' purpose as a third place for community and connection. Mission, vision, and values. A clarification. The terms often get lumped together, but here's how this book defines them. Mission. We prefer the word purpose. It's more heartfelt than mission, which sounds military and temporary. Vision. Captured by the entire one-page strategic plan, OPSP, including core values, purpose, BHAG, brand promises, and more. Vision statements are often forgettable. Focus on keeping these components clear and separate instead. Values. No disagreement here. These are the company's non-negotiable beliefs and behaviors. Choose your preferred language, but be consistent. Core competencies. Understanding a company's natural strengths is essential. Gary Hamel and the late C.K. Prahlad introduced the concept of core competencies in their landmark May 1990 Harvard Business Review article, The Core Competence of the Corporation. It's highly recommended to purchase a copy for your strategic team to read, discuss, and use to identify your company's core competencies. Refer to the 7 Strata of Strategy chapter for more on how to organize this important meeting. According to Prahlad and Hamel, a core competency must meet 3 criteria. 1. It is difficult for competitors to replicate. 2. It can be applied across various products and markets. 3. It enhances the end customer's experience and adds significant value to the product or service. Avoid defining your core competencies too narrowly. Take BC, for example, the Paris-based company founded in 1945, best known for its disposable pens. Had BC considered its core strength to be just making cheap pens, it wouldn't have grown into a $2 billion company. Instead, BC wisely recognized its core competency as making disposable plastic products, allowing it to successfully expand into lighters, razors, and other stationery products. Similarly, recognizing core weaknesses is equally important. For example, 3M has historically struggled to sell directly to consumers. Instead, it built strength in working through distribution partners and, over time, divested product lines that required direct-to-consumer sales channels. Your core competencies help define the boundaries for your offerings and are key to how your organization differentiates itself in the marketplace. Once you articulate your company's values, purpose, and core competencies, they become powerful tools for building an engaged and focused team. Bringing your core alive. In an off-site meeting ahead of Q4 2008, Appletree Answers set out to address high turnover among its call center frontline employees. While churn among non-exempt employees was just 3%, turnover among call agents matched the industry average of 110%. Ratliff, Appletree's founder, knew the company's rapid expansion through 13 acquisitions had made building a cohesive culture difficult. However, he hadn't realized how disconnected leadership had become from frontline employees' daily realities, a gap contributing heavily to turnover. The Dream On initiative. The breakthrough came when Lisa Phillips, Appletree's director of operations, suggested the company act like a Make-A-Wish foundation for its employees. This aligned closely with Appletree's core value, take care of each other. After gathering input from a small group of employees, Appletree launched the Dream On initiative, asking employees to submit personal life dreams they wished could come true. There were no restrictions, and a secret committee reviewed the submissions. As requests began arriving, Ratliff and his leadership team were shocked by what they learned. Many employees faced intense personal struggles, dealing with illnesses, supporting elderly parents, overcoming financial setbacks, and struggling with transportation to work. 17 employees simply wished for a car to commute reliably. Others needed help after periods of unemployment or were living in precarious housing situations. In one heartbreaking case, a family was living in their car. Appletree helped them secure a lease, furnish their new home, and get back on their feet. Originally intended to be a private initiative, the generosity quickly became public among employees, dramatically increasing participation. Dream On fulfilled countless wishes. Using American Express points to send couples on honeymoons, flying a mother to visit her Navy daughter at Christmas, and enabling a family vacation for an employee with a disabled child. The impact was transformative. In less than a year, turnover dropped from 110% to 20%. Despite the costs, the return on investment, mainly from reduced hiring and training expenses, was 20-fold. The real transformation. Employees now felt part of something bigger than just a job. A deep sense of belonging and community took hold across Appletree's network, building a values-driven culture. As Appletree continued to grow, acquiring 24 companies in under 9 years, the leadership team formalized a set of 7 core values. Integrity matters. Think like a customer. Spirited fun. Be quick, but don't hurry. A phrase from legendary coach John Wooden. Employees are critical. Small details are huge. Take care of each other. They also defined a clear purpose. Enhancing the lives of customers and employees, one interaction at a time. The word interaction was key. With 25 million inbound calls annually, Appletree's leadership wanted every team member to understand they had the power to enhance or diminish each experience. Clear articulation of core values and purpose provided a common language that helped channel Appletree's massive action in the right direction, avoiding wasted energy. Upon acquiring new companies, Appletree used a structured onboarding process that quickly immersed new employees in the company's culture. They treated core values and purpose not as suggestions but as the foundation for how decisions were made. As Ratliff put it, one of Appletree's main core competencies became rapid cultural integration of newly acquired companies, a critical driver behind a 10-point EBITDA increase at newly acquired sites. Aligning people's systems with values. Michael Dell, founder of Dell Technologies, realized early on the need for a shock absorber between himself and his growing organization. At 50 employees, he hired Barbara Kreisman from Motorola University to focus solely on scaling the people side of the business. Most growing companies delay building formal HR systems. Initially, it's often a founder's assistant tasked with keeping employees happy. Over time, the need arises to bring alignment back to scattered HR activities, hiring criteria, reward systems, handbooks, and more. The key is to align all people's systems and processes around one consistent list of core values and purpose. Here are 8 practical ways to reinforce your culture. 1. Storytelling. Great leaders use stories to teach. Collect and share stories that illustrate each core value. Appletree launched a quarterly Core Values Hall of Fame, encouraging employees to nominate colleagues living the values. Storytelling became even more impactful than formal recognition. For example, an Appletree employee answered a 3 a.m. call from a worried neighbor. Treating this situation seriously, the employee tracked down the caller's father, saving the woman's life from a heart attack. That story perfectly embodied the take care of each other core value. They even hired a videographer to help employees create authentic, heartfelt 90-second videos about each core value, avoiding the typical sterile corporate marketing style. 2. Recruitment and selection. Hire for culture fit. Structure your application and interviews around core values. Candidates should not just understand the values but light up when talking about them. Appletree's online application asked applicants to elaborate on a core value. During interviews, genuine excitement, not rehearsed answers, was a clear indicator of a strong fit. 3. Onboarding process. First impressions matter. Appletree's onboarding, not just orientation, began day 1 with a welcoming team, storytelling, and immediate exposure to core values and purpose. They rebranded HR as the Employee Experience Department, reflecting the top priority, creating exceptional employee experiences. 4. Performance appraisals and handbooks. Organize performance reviews and handbooks around core values. Every evaluation conversation should tie back to how employees embody the values. Ratliff stressed, when both employee and manager have agreed to the rules of the game up front, it makes performance conversations much easier and far more productive. Recognition and rewards. Align your recognition and reward systems with your core values. Every time you highlight a value through recognition, you create new company stories and legends. For example, Appletree held a quarterly Core Values Hall of Fame where employees submitted stories about colleagues exemplifying each of the company's 7 core values. Winners received a t-shirt featuring the value they best represented. Newsletters. Instead of struggling to come up with catchy newsletter names, borrow a word or phrase from your core values. Focus each issue on one core value, sharing real stories of employees living those principles. Adding birthdays and work anniversaries makes the newsletter even more engaging. If your company doesn't have a newsletter, get creative. Appletree posted employee-submitted stories online and sent plaques with highlighted stories to each office. As better examples emerged, they updated both the website and plaques to keep the stories fresh. Themes. Use core values to drive company-wide improvement efforts. Milliken, a textile manufacturer, selects one core value as its quarterly theme and challenges employees to find ways to improve the company based on that value. Ritz-Carlton takes it a step further, highlighting one operational rule each day. The key is to establish a regular rhythm so that core values stay top of mind. Everyday reinforcement, the most important step. The daily reinforcement of core values by managers is the most critical routine. At Appletree, Ratliff ensured that frontline employees could see leaders living out the values through their decision-making. For example, when a client mistreated employees violating the core value, employees are critical, the leadership would confront the client and, if necessary, end the business relationship. Similarly, the core value integrity matters guided decisions about accepting new clients. Companies with questionable ethics were often turned away even when it meant losing business. As Ratliff said, core values weren't just a marketing tool at Appletree, they were part of the company's DNA. Carrots and sticks, always tied to values and purpose. Managers have 2 main tools, rewards, carrots, and discipline, sticks. Ideally, they should rely more on carrots. Every time you praise or correct someone, tie it back to a core value or your company's purpose. For example, praise, this new chat feature is exactly what will help us create ecstatic customers. Correction, this issue goes against our promise of first class for less. You can repeat core values endlessly as long as they stay relevant and are connected to real-world situations. Use them when making decisions, solving customer issues, or setting standards, small actions that cumulatively embed the core values deep into the organization's culture. Results. Does this soft stuff really matter? Absolutely. At Appletree Answers, focusing on core values helped reduce employee turnover from an industry average of 200% annually to under 20%. Profit margins rose from 4% to 21%. When the company sold, it achieved a 14x multiple on sales compared to the industry average of 3x. Getting the core right isn't just about building a great place to work, it's also smart business. In fact, core values lay the groundwork for setting strategy, as will be discussed in the next chapters. Chapter 7: The 7 Strata of Strategy, a Framework for Industry Domination. Executive Summary. Without a strong, market-dominating strategy, your company risks spending years struggling for traction. To tackle this challenge, we've integrated several top strategic concepts into a single, practical framework, the 7 Strata of Strategy. This approach defines your complete brand alignment and provides a focused agenda for your strategic thinking team to build and sustain a differentiated, competition-proof position in your market. We've also included recommended resources to deepen your team's expertise in each area. Since this is rigorous work, we suggest assigning it to a small, focused group of leaders. Take BuildDirect.com as an example. Despite the collapse of the building industry after the global financial crisis, the Vancouver-based firm, founded by Jeff Booth and Rob Banks, doubled sales annually since its 2003 launch, reaching a $200 million run rate in 2014 and moving rapidly toward $1 billion. Their secret? Smart strategy. When your strategy clicks, revenue growth and healthy margins follow almost effortlessly. If your business is already growing rapidly, you might skip this chapter. Seriously. As HP's Dave Packard once warned, more companies die from indigestion than starvation. For everyone else, read on. Without a winning strategy, you risk executing mediocre plans for years and leaving opportunities and money on the table, all while competitors outmaneuver you. Using BuildDirect.com and other examples, we'll guide you through the 7 Strata of Strategy, a comprehensive framework for building a powerful, differentiated market position. If you're familiar with the one-page strategic plan, OPSB, think of the 7 Strata as the page behind the page, drilling deeper into key elements like your sandbox, what you sell, to whom, and where, brand promises, profit per X, and your big, hairy, audacious goal, BCG. The idea is to work through the 7 Strata worksheet, answering critical strategic questions and integrating the insights into your OPSB where appropriate. Not every Strata answer will appear on the OPSB, some are confidential, others support key decisions indirectly. Each stratum is supported by a key resource, often an entire book or article, to deepen understanding. We recommend assigning different team members to read and report on each resource. After all, a senior team's real work should focus on strategic thinking, not just daily operations. Important. This process isn't easy. If it were, every company would have a brilliant strategy. It can feel uncomfortable, especially for CEOs who think they should already know the answers. Strategy development is messy, creative, and requires extensive conversations with customers, advisors, and team members. For analytical leaders, this may be frustrating, but you must trust the process and keep iterating, just like Wayne Huizinga did before perfecting automation strategy. The strategic thinking team, the council. Strategic planning involves 2 distinct activities, and team strategic thinking and execution planning. The 7 Strata framework primarily supports the strategic thinking side. In terms of marketing strategy, the classic 4 Ps, product, place, price, promotion, are foundational, but consider adding Ogilvy and Mather's updated 4 Es, experience, every place, exchange, evangelism, for a modern approach. First, form a small strategic thinking team. Ideally 3 to 5 people, and meet weekly to work through each stratum. Strategy development isn't a once-a-year event, it's a weekly, iterative process. Jim Collins calls this group the Council. In Good to Great, see pages 114 to 116 for detailed guidance. Besides key senior executives, consider including individuals with domain-specific expertise. Council members should actively gather insights from customers, competitors, and the market to inform their work, just like Steve Jobs, who famously spent afternoons meeting customers, leading Apple's marketing strategy personally. The council's purpose is not to reach consensus, but to advise the CEO who ultimately makes the final strategic decisions. Think of the council as the headlights helping illuminate the road ahead, allowing the CEO to navigate the company safely at speed. The inspiration, Lords of Strategy. The 7 Strata of Strategy framework was inspired by Walter Keachel III's book Lords of Strategy, which chronicles the rise of corporate strategy over the past 50 years. Many existing models were overly complex, designed for massive conglomerates. Meanwhile, traditional simple frameworks were too basic for ambitious mid-market firms. The 7 Strata strikes the balance, robust enough to differentiate your company, yet simple enough to drive execution and growth. For a visual aid, download the 7 Strata worksheet from scalingup.com and follow along. Here are the 7 Strata. 1. Words you own, mind share. 2. Sandbox and brand promises. 3. Brand promise guarantee, catalytic mechanism. 4. One-phrase strategy, key to making money. 5. Differentiating activities, 3 to 5 hows. 6. X factor, 10x, 100x underlying advantage. 7. Profit per X, economic engine, and BHAG, 10 to 25-year goal. Tip: as you work through the 7 Strata, map out how competitors and admired companies in other industries would answer each level. It can offer valuable insights and ideas for further differentiation. 1. Words you own, mind share. The first goal of strategy is to own a word or phrase in your customers' minds, to have your company associated with a specific idea or promise that defines your brand. Think about it. When you hear safety, you probably think of Volvo. When you hear driving, BMW often comes to mind. Disappear instantly triggers thoughts of Snapchat. In BuildDirect.com's case, their goal was to be synonymous with simplify home improvement. Why is this important? If you can plant a word or phrase firmly in the minds of your target audience, you create a shortcut for trust and relevance. Customers will immediately think of your brand when that need or emotion arises. A critical exercise. If you were to ask 100 of your current customers what word or short phrase comes to mind when you think of our company, what would they say? If the answers are all over the place, your brand lacks clarity. If there's consistency around 1 or 2 powerful ideas, you're on the right track. Another point. When prospects hear your company name, they should immediately associate it with something positive and specific. Example: FedEx, overnight. Google, search. Southwest Airlines, low-cost, fun flights. You can't own a generic term like good or quality. Those words are too broad and meaningless in branding. Aim for something distinctive and sharp. Key tip: if you don't consciously choose the words you want to own, the market will assign one to you and it might not be flattering. Action step: start discussing with your strategic team, what word or short phrase do we want to own in the minds of our ideal customers? Document it. Test it. Refine it over time. 2. Sandbox and brand promises. Once you know the word or phrase you want to own, the next step is defining your sandbox, the clear space where your company chooses to compete and win. What is a sandbox? Your sandbox describes 3 things: where you play, your geography; who you serve, your target market; what you sell, your core offering. It keeps you focused. Instead of trying to be everything to everyone, it narrows your efforts to the customers and markets where you can dominate. Example: Walmart, affordable retail products across North America. Airbnb, unique lodging experiences worldwide. Brand promises. These are the key commitments you make to your customers, the specific outcomes they can count on when they choose you. A strong set of brand promises usually includes a core promise, the most important value you deliver every time. Supporting promises, 2 to 3 additional strengths that back up your core promise. Example: FedEx. Core promise, absolutely, positively overnight. Supporting promises, reliable tracking, customer service, global coverage. The magic happens when you can measure these promises. If you can't measure a brand promise, you can't manage it. And if you can't manage it, you can't be confident you're delivering it consistently. Questions to ask yourself: where exactly are we playing and competing? Who exactly are our ideal customers? What are we promising them clearly and measurably? Action step: Work with your leadership team to define your sandbox and draft 2 to 3 powerful brand promises. Make sure at least one of those promises can be quantified with a clear metric. Cash and Calhoun, in How Companies Win, point out that within any industry, there's often a small segment, about 10% or less of the customers, that drives a disproportionately large share of the profits. They call these profit pools. For example, when studying the dog food market, Cash's team segmented customers not by the size of their dogs, but by the nature of the owner-dog relationship. They discovered a segment called performance fuelers, active owners who enjoy biking, hiking, and running with their dogs. Though only 7% of dog owners fit this description, they account for over 25% of the industry's profitability. The lesson: find and dominate that profitable niche in your own market with a laser-focused offering. Once you know who your best customers are, it becomes much easier to figure out where to find them. Performance fuelers, for example, can be targeted through specific local trails, popular news outlets, and niche blogs. Take BuildDirect.com. Their core customer isn't just women ages 35 to 55. It's Debbie the do-it-yourselfer, a precise persona who is predictable in where she shops, what she reads, and the products she searches for. What you sell: an emotional connection. Bloom and Conti warn that companies often make the mistake of marketing based solely on features and benefits. But buying decisions start in the heart, emotion first, logic second. For instance, no one was ever fired for buying IBM is an emotional reassurance. Summit Business Media, now Summit Professional Networks, nailed this by describing themselves as the indispensable source of authoritative information, data, and analysis for the well-informed financial professional. Their positioning appeals emotionally, security, trust as much as it does rationally. Cash and Calhoun add that you're what must be a full 100% solution. Leaders often get distracted by shiny new ideas instead of completely locking down and dominating an existing niche. Consider Winterhalter Gastronom GmbH, the German manufacturer of commercial dishwashing equipment. Serving large hotels and restaurants that run 24/7, they created a complete solution: water conditioners, specialty detergents, and rapid repair services, ensuring dishes not only are clean but look clean. Brand promises: clear, measurable, and real. When Debbie the do-it-yourselfer lands on BuildDirect's website, she needs immediate reasons to buy. These reasons are called brand promises. Most companies should have 3, with one main promise leading the way. For BuildDirect, the promises are: best price, lead promise; best customer service; product expertise. The promises must be measurable. For BuildDirect, best price means offering products 40 to 50% cheaper than elsewhere, verified by daily price monitoring. A warning: avoid vague promises like quality or value. They're too subjective. McDonald's, for example, defines its brand promises as speed, consistency, and fun for kids, all measurable and monitored daily. Finding the right brand promise isn't always obvious. Naomi Simpson of Red Balloon thought she had it figured out, offering a great website, beautiful packaging, and strong customer support. But after discovering that customers were using her site for ideas and then buying directly from vendors, assuming Red Balloon was charging extra, she introduced a 100% pleasure guarantee, promising customers would never pay more than they would directly or get a full refund. KPIs, kept promise indicators. A brand promise means nothing if it's not kept. You must track specific KPIs to prove daily that you're delivering. At Red Balloon, a dedicated team constantly monitors the prices of their 2000+ experiences to uphold the pricing guarantee, a tough job given fluctuating supplier costs. Rackspace, a cloud hosting company, is another excellent example. It promises fanatical support and measures it religiously. Website uptime with a money-back guarantee for downtime. Calls answered within 3 rings with red lights spinning in call centers if not. No call transfers, first call resolution by a level 2 technician. This obsessive focus helped Rackspace grow to a $6+ billion market cap in just 12 years. Build Direct similarly tracks key indicators: how fast pages load, how quickly customer service reps respond, and how easy it is for customers to buy what they need. 3. Brand Promise Guarantee Catalytic Mechanism. Jim Collins, in his Harvard Business Review article Turning Goals into Results, The Power of Catalytic Mechanisms, explains that breaking a brand promise should hurt the business. Otherwise, promises are too easy to break. For example, Red Balloon's full refund guarantee if a cheaper price is found creates real internal pressure to maintain their pricing standards. Similarly, Oracle once ran full-page ads promising its database software would run twice as fast as competitors, or they'd pay $1 million. Service firms might offer short pay guarantees, allowing clients to pay only what they feel is fair if service slips, boosting trust even if almost no one actually reduces payment. Build Direct offers a 30-day, no-questions-asked money-back guarantee, including paying for return shipping. This guarantee ensures internal focus on helping customers make the right product choice the first time. 4. One-phrase strategy, the key to profitable growth. In Uncommon Service, Francis Free and Morris highlight a powerful idea. To be wildly successful, companies must dare to be bad at something. Owning mindshare, making and keeping promises, and offering guarantees are expensive. Trying to meet every customer desire will quickly erode your margins in a feature war with competitors. The solution? Define your one-phrase strategy, a single, crystal-clear principle that drives profitability and defines which customer desires you will and won't meet. Example: IKEA's one-phrase strategy is flat-pack furniture. Oh, it allows for cheaper shipping and storage, leading to unbeatable prices. Oh, but it demands customers endure maze-like stores, DIY assembly, and long shopping experiences. Many consumers hate this, but IKEA's niche loves it, helping IKEA become the most profitable furniture brand with only 6.8% of the global market. Another example: Apple's one-phrase strategy has been closed architecture, a design choice that's led to remarkable profitability and a powerful blocking strategy against competitors like Microsoft and Google, who can't easily mimic it. Free and Morris emphasize that great brands excel by being amazing at serving a small fanatical group and terrible for everyone else, while average brands try to please everyone and end up pleasing no one. Build Direct's one-phrase strategy is kept private, and that's smart. It's best to keep your core strategic advantage hidden, especially in the early years. If you want more examples and step-by-step guidance, Uncommon Service is packed with insights on how to be bad the right way and be great, where it counts most. 5. Differentiating activities, 3 to 5 hows. Key resource: Michael E. Porter's 1996 Harvard Business Review article, What is Strategy? At the core of your one-phrase strategy are specific, actionable ways your business operates differently from the competition. As Michael Porter emphasizes, real differentiation happens at the activity level, the set of actions that collectively shape your unique business model. It's important to note, this is the first time the term differentiation is formally introduced. While competitors can copy your marketing slogans, promises, or guarantees, true competitive advantage is forged in how you deliver on those promises. Kevin Daum, author of Roar, points out that a genuine differentiator is something competitors can't easily imitate without significant time, effort, or cost, often taking years to build. Porter illustrates this through the example of Southwest Airlines. Their advantage lies in several hard-to-copy activities. No assigned seating, flying a single type of aircraft, simplifying repairs and crew flexibility, using less expensive secondary airports, favoring point-to-point routes over hub-and-spoke systems, cultivating a quirky, customer-friendly culture. These activities are extremely difficult for traditional airlines to replicate due to their existing investments in multiple aircraft models, major hub airports, and established, often unhappy, corporate cultures. The key takeaway: choose how you operate differently in ways that are tough or costly for competitors to mimic, but that align with your one-phrase strategy. For example, Build Direct offers great pricing and service because of a few unique and unpleasant for competitors operational choices. 1. Requiring minimum orders of a full pallet. 2. Selling only private label products, supporting smaller manufacturers. 3. Demanding full payment upfront even on six-figure orders. One competitor might copy one of these tactics, but it's the combination that creates BuildDirect's durable edge. 6. X Factor 10x 100x Underlying Advantage. Key resource: Verne Harnish's Fortune article, The X Factor. Why would BuildDirect be willing to reveal much of its strategy? Because it has a hidden X factor, a 10x to 100x underlying advantage that's difficult for rivals to match and which protects its strategic activities. In most industries, there's a massive choke point, a stubborn problem everyone accepts. Find it, solve it radically better than anyone else, and you'll build an unbeatable edge. Chris Sullivan did this with Outback Steakhouse. He identified the biggest problem in the restaurant industry: high manager turnover, average tenure just 6 months. Sullivan asked, what if we could keep managers for 5 to 10 years? The solution: a radical compensation model where managers invested $25,000 upfront for the opportunity to manage a restaurant, stayed for 5 years, and earned substantial bonuses and stock options. 90% stayed for 5 years. 80% stayed for 10 years. This stability led directly to consistency in service and quality, helping Outback become one of the most profitable restaurant chains in the U.S. To find your X factor, ask, what drives me crazy about this industry? Analyze recurring themes from industry conferences and forums. Look for problems everyone accepts and challenge them. Another example: Barrett Ursek at Happy Lawn reduced the sales cycle from 3 weeks to 3 minutes by using digital lawn measurements, winning a 10x advantage that eventually led to a lucrative acquisition. Remember, X factors are usually kept secret, and for good reason. 7. Profit per X Economic Engine and BHAG 10 to 25-year goal. Key resource: Jim Collins' Good to Great Hedgehog Concept. 2 final decisions round out your strategy. 1. Profit per X. Choose a single financial metric that drives your economic engine. The numerator, profit, revenue, margin, etc., can vary, but the denominator should represent your unique scaling method and align with your one-phrase strategy. For example, most airlines track profit per mile. Southwest focuses on profit per plane to match its Wheels Up strategy. Similarly, BuildDirect focuses on profit per building product category rather than per square foot or SKU like traditional retailers. 2. BHAG Big Hairy Audacious Goal. Your BHAG should match your profit per X and reflect your purpose. Microsoft's original BHAG, a computer on every desk and in every home. Red Balloon, sell 2 million experiences in 10 years. BuildDirect, dominate 20 out of 1,000 building product categories. A well-crafted BHAG galvanizes the entire company, is measurable, and fits seamlessly with your broader strategic framework. 7. Straight summary. BuildDirect's strategy looks simple at first glance, but it's built on a deep foundation. If you're Debbie the do-it-yourselfer, you'll find BuildDirect easily online, drawn in by 40% to 50% savings, expert advice, and convenient shipping. You'll feel reassured by a generous return policy, 30 days to return, shipping paid by BuildDirect. But behind the scenes, customers must accept ordering by the pallet. No brand name products. Full payment upfront. BuildDirect can offer such deals because of its hidden X factor, a unique advantage that competitors cannot easily replicate. By focusing on profit per building product category and steadily dominating one category after another, BuildDirect is marching towards its BHAG, reaching Fortune 500 status. Bottom line: mastering the 7 strata is tough work, but it's the real engine behind sustained growth and profitability. Stick with the process, meet regularly with your strategic thinking team, and trust that clarity will emerge over time. Chapter 8. The One-Page Strategic Plan, a tool for strategic planning. Executive summary. As companies grow larger and faster, it becomes increasingly difficult to keep everyone aligned. The challenge is that there's no single document everyone rallies around. Instead, there are scattered memos, emails, and various interpretations of the company's vision, values, strategies, and goals. These messages often conflict or lack clarity about the company's true identity and operations. This chapter introduces the one-page strategic plan, a tool updated and refined over the past decade, now used by over 40,000 companies worldwide. It's a simple yet powerful framework to distill your company's vision and strategy onto a single action-driven page. We'll also explore the SWT tool, an alternative to the traditional SWOT analysis, and the vision summary, a quick way to communicate your vision across your organization. Why the OPSP matters. The OPSP played a vital role in the growth of JSJ Corporation, a Michigan-based firm with 6 subsidiaries and 2,700 employees worldwide. Approaching its 100th year, JSJ adopted the OPSP in 2006 after its CEO, Nelson Jacobson, sought a method to unify and track business performance across diverse operations. After attending a Mastering the Rockefeller Habits workshop and learning from other businesses already using the OPSP, Jacobson rolled out the tool internally. Each JSJ company created its own OPSP, influencing the overall corporate plan, following a disciplined rhythm, drafting in October and finalizing by February. The OPSP helped JSJ navigate critical decisions like selling an underperforming subsidiary and reinvesting in higher potential businesses. The company credits the OPSP with improved alignment, accountability, execution, and continuous growth. Starting simple, the vision summary. For smaller companies or those new to strategic planning, the vision summary offers a simplified starting point before adopting the full OPSP. It's especially useful for businesses with 50 or fewer employees. The vision summary includes core values, purpose, brand promises, big hairy audacious goal BHAG. Below these elements, the template also asks for 3 to 5 year key thrusts/capabilities, annual number 1 priority and key initiatives, quarterly number 1 priority and rocks key projects/tasks. Teams and individuals can personalize the vision summary with their own KPIs, priorities, and critical numbers for each quarter. It's a highly visual tool that employees are encouraged to display in their workspace as a daily reminder of the company's vision and their role in it. What is the one-page strategic plan, OPSP? A vision without a plan is just a dream. The OPSP transforms dreams into actionable strategies by answering 7 core questions. Who, what, when, where, how, why, and shouldn't we? The OPSP forces prioritization and simplicity. Limited space means only what's most essential makes it in. Aligns horizontally across teams and vertically up and down the org chart. Integrates ideas from strategic thought leaders like Jim Collins, Gary Hamel, Jack Stack, and Stephen Covey. It captures 2 crucial dynamics based on Jim Collins' research. Preserve the core, your timeless values and purpose. Stimulate progress, your evolving strategies and initiatives. The OPSP provides 1. A framework for articulating the company's vision. 2. A shared language for discussing strategy. 3. A consistent routine for keeping the vision fresh and relevant. You can download editable OPSP templates at scalingup.com, and it's recommended to print them on 11 by 17-inch A3 size for easier use. Note: the OPSP is an internal document designed to ensure strategic clarity, not for marketing use. However, it makes external branding and messaging efforts much smoother. Real-world examples. Halganix, Natural Lawn Care. Barrett Ursek calls the OPSP the instruction manual. He always needed to grow his business properly. MarketForce, Australia-based logistics. Alan Higgins sees the OPSP as an automatic decision-making machine that guides major choices. Town Park, Hospitality Services founder Jerry South uses the OPSP to break big strategic challenges into manageable, focused actions. The 7 columns of the OPSP. 1. Shouldn't core values decision-making boundaries. 2. Why purpose plus BHAG, the bigger reason behind your work and your 10 to 25-year goal. 3. Where 3 to 5-year goals, strategic direction, including your target market, sandbox, and brand promises. 4. What annual goals? Key results for the next 12 months. A critical number and supporting rocks. 5. How 90-day plan immediate quarterly focus with measurable goals and key rocks. 6. Finish lines and fun. Celebrations, themes, and rewards for hitting milestones. 7. Who accountability assigning KPIs, rocks, and critical numbers to specific people or teams. Each column reflects a different time frame and ensures all aspects of the business are moving cohesively toward the vision. Key reminders. Get it down, then get it right. Don't overthink it at first. Start with a good working draft and refine over time. Keep the focus tight. Clarity beats complexity. Filling out the OPSB begins with alignment at the top, starting with the organization name. It's essential to choose a name that employees and customers can easily remember and say. Companies like Federal Express, now FedEx, and Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing, now 3M, successfully rebranded with simpler names. Similarly, HVLS Fan Company embraced the nickname customers used and rebranded as Big Ass Fans, later evolving into Big Ass Solutions. Avoid overly complex names with generic terms like Group or Inc. unless truly necessary. Additionally, use this line to indicate if the plan applies to a specific division within the company, as JSJ companies do. In the title area, also include your own name and the date, simplifying your name if needed for ease of communication and adopting an international date format like February 2, 2022 for clarity. At the bottom of the OPSB, summarize the company's top 3 inherent strengths and weaknesses, along with 6 major trends likely to impact the industry. These become the foundation for the vision. Moving up to column 1, list your company's core values, the fundamental beliefs and cultural guidelines for decision-making. You don't need to call them core values exactly, they can be labeled however suits the company best. Column 2 focuses on purpose, profit per X, and the BHAG, big hairy audacious goal. Purpose answers why the company exists and what drives passion internally. Identifying what particularly upsets the founder can be a clue to finding the company's purpose, much like Walmart's commitment to making products accessible to ordinary people. Under purpose, also list quarterly action items to keep these values alive. This column also includes the profit per X, the economic driver of the business, and the BHAG, the long-term goal that energizes the team. Column 3 looks at medium-term goals, setting financial targets 3 to 5 years out, such as doubling revenue, tripling profitability compared to industry averages, and setting cash or market share targets. It also defines the sandbox, your primary customer focus and offerings, and your brand promises, including measurable KPIs that define success. Then, identify 3 to 5 key thrusts/capabilities critical for achieving these goals, supported by expert advisors when possible. Column 4 shifts to annual planning. Set specific financial targets and determine the number 1 priority and key initiatives for the year. Identify a single critical number for the year that aligns with your main opportunity or challenge, ensuring a balance between people-related and process-related metrics. Key initiatives should be tightly focused to support achieving this critical number. Column 5 addresses quarterly execution. Set clear 90-day financial outcomes, a critical number for the quarter, and a few essential rocks. Major priorities to focus on over the next 13 weeks. Assign accountability by noting who is responsible for each rock. This method, inspired by Stephen Covey's Big Rocks concept, ensures the organization tackles the most important tasks first, maintaining momentum toward achieving yearly and longer-term goals. In the OPSP, column 6 focuses on theme, scoreboard design, and celebration/reward. The purpose is to build a fun, memorable theme around the quarterly critical number to energize the team. Each theme should have a clear deadline, typically the end of the quarter, and a measurable target tied to the critical number from column 5. Teams are encouraged to brainstorm creative and relevant theme names, often inspired by popular movies, songs, or clever phrases, such as the City Bin Company. Life Begins at 40, which supported a goal of generating €40,000 in monthly earnings. To reinforce the theme, companies should design a visible scoreboard, whether a simple wall chart or an electronic board, updating progress regularly. Celebrations tied to the theme, such as a go-karting day for a fast and furious goal, and meaningful rewards or prizes, provide added motivation. The ultimate goal is to give teams a finish line to strive for and a reason to have fun together. Column 7 addresses individual and team accountability. Once the broader vision is established, each employee or team should define what they can do over the next quarter to support the company's success. This approach creates a clear line of sight between daily actions and company goals. Each team member should track a few key performance indicators (KPIs) to measure productivity and identify 1 or 2 quarterly priorities that align with the company's critical number. Establishing an individual critical number, the single most important achievement for the quarter, keeps everyone focused and engaged. If every employee accomplishes one major thing each quarter, the company can make dozens or even hundreds of improvements each year. Above the OPSB's main body are 2 critical areas, people and process, representing reputation and productivity. On the people side are employees, customers, and shareholders. On the process side are the operations of make/buy, sell, and record keeping. Maintaining a balance among these 6 components is essential for growth, as businesses must simultaneously keep stakeholders happy and processes efficient. To track this balance, companies should monitor 1 or 2 KPIs weekly for both reputation and productivity. Suggestions include employee engagement scores, customer net promoter scores, shareholder cash or valuation metrics, and process KPIs like production speed, sales close rates, and record-keeping accuracy. This system builds upon, yet differs from, Kaplan and Norton's balanced scorecard by breaking the process side into 3 distinct categories instead of 1. Understanding business finances can help illustrate this. Cash from customers minus cash to employees equals what is left for shareholders, reflecting the flow documented on the balance sheet. Meanwhile, revenue from sales minus expenses from production defines profitability captured in the P&L statement. Companies must manage this delicate balance because growth inherently consumes cash, and businesses must buy low, sell high to stay profitable. Unfortunately, many firms violate this simple rule without realizing it, often due to a lack of detailed financial data on profitability by product, customer, or location. Preparing for a strategic planning session requires thoughtful groundwork. JSJ Corporation's example demonstrates the importance of gathering employee and customer feedback, often through start, stop, keep surveys, to fuel strategic decisions. Middle managers complete a SWOT analysis and submit their top 3 priorities, while senior leaders conduct a deeper SWT, strengths, weaknesses, trends, analysis. Unlike the traditional SWOT, which risks creating inside/industry myopia, the SWT encourages leadership to identify broader global trends that could reshape their industries. It ensures leaders aren't blindsided by innovation or disruption from unexpected quarters. Strategic planning, therefore, relies on different inputs from different levels of the organization: frontline feedback, middle management operational insights, and senior leadership's strategic foresight. By constantly gathering feedback, analyzing inherent strengths and weaknesses, and identifying external trends, companies stay adaptable and prepared for emerging challenges. This preparation allows organizations to proactively respond to threats, leverage opportunities, and stimulate continuous growth. Companies like Amazon embody this mindset, with leadership regularly asking what new competitors have entered the market each week. Businesses serious about scaling should download the complete guide to the OPSB and strategic planning process, available at scalingup.com. Scaling Up. Execution Introduction. The key question for execution is, are all processes running smoothly without drama and driving industry-leading profitability? A prime example of disciplined execution is Coastal.com, a Vancouver-based eyewear company. In 2014, Coastal.com made history when it was purchased by Essilor International, one of the world's largest lens manufacturers, for $430 million Canadian dollars, the largest investment in a Canadian e-commerce company at the time. Roger Hardy, Coastal.com's founder and CEO, credits much of this success to their adherence to the Rockefeller Habits. One telling example was when German industrialists visited Coastal.com and observed their daily executive team huddle. Leaders stood up and quickly reported on their critical numbers, highlighting key opportunities, issues, threats, and successes. The visitors were amazed by the operational efficiency and deep knowledge Coastal.com's team demonstrated. Additionally, Hardy's team implemented the Net Promoter System, NPS, to track customer loyalty and satisfaction. They focused special attention on customers who were not raving fans, with senior leaders personally calling a few of them each week. These real-time conversations, discussed in weekly huddles, gave Hardy and his team a visceral understanding of the market, leading to improvements such as one change that boosted revenue by 60% in a particular market. Beyond customer feedback, Coastal.com also tapped into employee innovation through a Shark Tank-style competition, implementing ideas that led to a further 15% increase in revenue in 2013. The company's execution excellence stemmed from listening closely to customers and employees, maintaining a rhythm of meetings to quickly act on new insights, and establishing a strong priority-setting process. As a result, Coastal.com continued to wow customers, engage employees, and deliver outstanding financial returns to shareholders. At the end of this introduction, you'll find the Rockefeller Habits checklist. Take a few minutes to review it. Don't be concerned if you can't check off many items initially. When Hardy's executives first attended a Rockefeller Habits workshop, they couldn't either. Yet Hardy emphasizes that the checklist provided a clear blueprint for running a successful team and played a major role in Coastal.com achieving $200 million in sales while maintaining strong alignment across the company. He advises CEOs to revisit the checklist every 3 months, noting that execution is a constant work in progress. Reviewing the checklist helps leaders stay objective, recognize blind spots, and avoid costly oversights, just like a pilot ensuring they don't forget to lift the landing gear. Jim Collins and Morton T. Hansen, in Great by Choice, Uncertainty, Chaos, and Luck, Why Some Thrive Despite Them All, observed that greatness is not determined by circumstance but by conscious choice and discipline. We wholeheartedly agree, and we hope you'll choose to implement the 10 Rockefeller habits outlined in this section. Section Overview. This execution section is organized around the 10 Rockefeller habits, grouped into 3 fundamental disciplines: priorities, data, and meeting rhythm. The first chapter, the priority, focuses on habits number 1 and number 2, stressing the need for a healthy team that can confront brutal facts and support a clear main priority. It also revisits important routines from habits number 4, number 7, and number 8 discussed earlier. The second chapter, the data, covers habits number 5, number 6, number 9, and number 10, emphasizing the critical role of qualitative and quantitative feedback in driving informed decision-making. It is particularly vital for senior leaders and middle managers to engage in regular conversations with customers and employees and to stay aware of competitive dynamics. The third chapter, the meeting rhythm, highlights habit number 3, which establishes a routine for daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual meetings. These structured meetings address the communication challenges that naturally arise in growing organizations and provide a framework for teams to debate and make crucial decisions that propel scaling. Additionally, this section introduces 2 key execution tools: the Rockefeller Habits Checklist, which ensures relentless execution through 10 essential routines, and the Who, What, When, WWW tool, a simple system to capture action items and accountability after meetings. Special thanks go to Kevin Lawrence, Gazelle's International Certified Coach Partner in Vancouver, for his significant contributions to this execution section and his early collaboration on the book. Scaling Up: The Priority, Focus, Finish Lines, and Fun. Stephen R. Covey, the late author of The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, wisely said, "The main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing." This principle is especially vital for individuals and organizations. Those who juggle too many priorities often end up with none, making little meaningful progress. In contrast, laser focusing on a single priority, whether for today, this week, this quarter, this year, or even the next decade, creates clarity, power, and momentum throughout an organization. In this chapter, we press hard for you and your team to stay focused. You'll learn how to create a memorable theme around your priority, establish a clear finish line with a due date, and celebrate achievements with rewards, injecting fun and energy into the process. This approach keeps team members highly engaged as they work together to achieve something significant. Gene Brown, founder of the City Company in Galway, Ireland, is a powerful example. Despite not knowing how to drive a garbage truck himself, a fact he considers an advantage, he scaled his waste collection company to $25 million in annual revenue by 2014, growing from 80 to 120 employees in just a year. Brown's focus remained on steering the company rather than getting bogged down in operations. The City Company is now pursuing its big, hairy, audacious goal, BHAG, of serving 1 million customers by 2020, illustrating the power of a clear, long-term main thing. Similarly, Facebook's medium-term main thing came into focus in 2011. CEO Mark Zuckerberg recognized the urgent need for a mobile strategy. According to a Fortune magazine article, Zuckerberg became maniacal about it, reorganizing the company to embed mobile engineers across all teams. By mid-2012, he emphasized in Facebook's all-hands meeting that going mobile was the company's top priority. Every acquisition, hire, and development effort centered on this single goal. The result? By the end of 2013, mobile ad revenue accounted for 50% of Facebook's total revenue, a pivot that ultimately saved the company. Short-term focus can also yield immediate results, as seen with Ignite social media. In 2010, President Jim Tobin faced a nagging issue. His 28-member team wasn't using their new project management system. With 1 month left in the year, Tobin posted 2 glaring numbers on a whiteboard: late, 241, unassigned, 728, and challenged the team to bring both to zero by year's end. After a simple email emphasizing this focus, the team responded with incredible speed. Within 24 hours, late tasks dropped 25% and unassigned tasks were halved. By December 31st, both metrics hit zero, setting the stage for a strong 2011. The importance of focusing on one thing each day was illustrated long ago by Charles Schwab, CEO of Bethlehem Steel. After consulting Ivy Lee, Schwab adopted a simple method: writing down the 6 most important tasks for the next day, prioritizing them, and tackling them one by one without moving on until each was finished. Schwab found this method so transformative that he sent Lee a $25,000 check, calling it the most profitable advice he had ever received. This daily, main thing approach remains as relevant now as it was a century ago. As these examples show, setting and sequencing clear priorities remains critical across all time frames. As Confucius said, "He who chases 2 rabbits catches neither." Throughout this book, we emphasize the importance of setting priorities, not only when deciding which of the 4 decisions to tackle first, but also when identifying which box on the face chart to update next. On the one-page strategic plan, OPSB, a natural progression of number 1 priorities is built: core purpose, the idea that drives the business; BHAG, a 10 to 25-year goal; profit per X, the core economic metric; brand promise, the most measurable brand commitment; and the critical number, the key driver for the year and the quarter. In the upcoming chapter on meeting rhythm, we continue emphasizing focus by encouraging teams to select 1 key topic to address in weekly meetings and 1 major opportunity or issue for monthly management meetings. This method of sequencing initiatives helps teams tackle hundreds of necessary decisions and actions without becoming overwhelmed. Much like the analogy of eating an elephant 1 bite at a time, scaling a business requires steady, focused progress. Throughout the execution section, we will cover the 10 routines listed in the Rockefeller Habits checklist. We encourage you to flip back to the execution introduction or download the checklist from scalingup.com and review it, marking off routines already present in your organization. Managers often ask 2 questions after completing the checklist. First, how they survived or thrived despite having few items checked, and second, whether the habits are listed in a specific order. We reassure teams that while it's possible to build a lasting organization without these habits, doing so leaves vast amounts of money and time on the table. Often, success has depended on having a killer strategy or heroic employees willing to work extreme hours. Regarding order, habit number 1, ensuring the executive team is healthy and aligned, is foundational. Without it, implementing the other habits is nearly impossible. Beyond that, teams are encouraged to pick 1 or 2 habits per quarter based on what will deliver the greatest immediate impact, progressing steadily until all 10 habits are ingrained over 24 to 36 months. Rockefeller Habit number 1, Healthy Team. A healthy and aligned executive team is fundamental to scaling up. Team members must understand each other's differences, priorities, and styles, meeting frequently, ideally weekly, for strategic thinking and ongoing executive education, recommended monthly. Constructive debate should be encouraged, and every team member must feel comfortable participating. Patrick Lencioni's The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team outlines the common pitfalls that derail leadership teams: absence of trust, fear of conflict, lack of commitment, avoidance of accountability, and inattention to results. If any of these dysfunctions are present, they must be addressed first before moving forward with execution. It's highly recommended to use Lencioni's Team Kit for assessments and training, or at least have every leader and manager read his book annually to maintain team health. Routine practices such as sharing personal and professional good news at the start of meetings, conducting personality and leadership style assessments, and spending social time together during offsites help build trust and strengthen team dynamics. Healthy teams are the foundation upon which all other Rockefeller habits are built. Once the team is healthy, it is ready to move forward with setting priorities and achieving larger goals. Rockefeller Habit number 2, the number 1 priority. Alignment around a single, critical goal each quarter is essential. Identifying the critical number, the key measurable target that will most significantly move the company forward, provides focus for everyone. Alongside this number, 3 to 5 supporting priorities, or ROCs, should be identified and ranked. A quarterly theme, along with a celebration or reward for achieving the critical number, should be announced and made visible throughout the company to keep progress top of mind. This approach simplifies planning by focusing only on 2 main vision decisions: the big, hairy, audacious goal, BHAG, for long-term strategy, and a measurable quarterly or annual step for short-term execution. Everything else is simply a WAG, wild ankle guess. Jack Stack's The Great Game of Business popularized the critical number concept, emphasizing that while many metrics are important, the critical number deserves singular focus. When determining your critical number, visualize all important goals as dominoes and identify the lead domino, the constraint or choke point that, once addressed, will make other goals easier to achieve. Eli Goldratt's The Goal is a key reference for understanding how to find and fix such constraints. A real-world example comes from ProService Hawaii, where President Ben Godsey identified generating 600 client referrals as the 2014 critical number, tripling their previous average. The team created an annual theme around this audacious target and, by aligning everyone's efforts, achieved it ahead of schedule. The success reinforced a service-driven culture and helped embed referral growth into the company's DNA, creating what Godsey called the virtuous cycle of growth. For beginners, it's advisable to set a 3-tiered goal structure: red, green, super green, to allow some flexibility. Experienced teams like ProService Hawaii can aim for a single high-stretch goal. Quarterly themes. Quarterly themes add a motivational and visual element to rally the entire organization around achieving the critical number. Newer teams should start with quarterly, rather than annual, themes to master the process. Every quarter, ask, what is the most important thing the company must achieve in the next 90 days? Then assign a champion to create a presentation and theme, using humor and creativity to bring the focus to life. Themes are shared in company-wide meetings and progress is tracked in weekly updates. Employees take ownership of specific ROCs related to the theme, and leaders monitor overall progress. The Citibank company provides vivid examples of effective quarterly themes. During a deep recession in Ireland, founder Gene Brown realized that his company needed tighter alignment and execution. After attending a Mastering the Rockefeller Habits workshop, he prioritized using themes. Examples include Saving Mrs. Ryan. Inspired by the movie Saving Private Ryan, this campaign aimed to rescue 10,000 new customers, Mrs. Ryans, from poor service providers. Posters and daily progress updates reinforced the mission, and bonuses kept momentum high. Life Begins at 40. To ensure survival during a tough economy, the company aimed to increase monthly earnings by €40,000 through new revenue and cost savings. The light-hearted Vegas-themed campaign encouraged employee ideas and celebrated success. 180-1. Employees job-shared across departments to improve customer service and cross-functional understanding. This hands-on experience built greater empathy and a unified service culture. Binet focused on eliminating wasteful activities. Employees submitted tasks to bin, stop doing, freeing up time and resources. More than 150 activities were eliminated, embedding a leaner philosophy. Bin's Health. After an aggressive marketing push, this campaign, styled after Men's Health magazine, targeted cost-cutting across multiple departments to streamline operations and maintain profitability. Each theme was accompanied by bold visuals, progress tracking, and celebrations to sustain energy and drive results. These quarterly themes transformed the City Bin Company, proving that clarity, alignment, and culture can thrive even in tough times. The City Bin Company made progress toward its goals, although it didn't fully achieve them. CEO Brown acknowledged that their initial targets were likely too aggressive. Despite this, the company maintained its tradition of hosting kickoff and closing parties for the 13-week theme, though they refrained from offering awards, which were typically given when goals were fully met. The City Bin Company alternates its focus between people-centered themes, like 180-1 and Saving Mrs. Ryan, and process-centered ones, like Life Begins at 40 and Bin's Health, highlighting the importance of balancing both sides when setting quarterly priorities. When a company realizes midstream that it might miss a critical number, leadership has three options. Repeat the critical number in the next quarter if it remains vital, pivot to a new priority if enough momentum exists, or conduct a root cause analysis to fix a specific barrier in the next quarter. For example, the City Bin Company recognized the need to enhance organizational empathy through its 180-1 theme before pursuing its next goal. Organizations, much like rivers flowing from Everest to the ocean, must navigate obstacles and occasionally step back. It's normal for new teams to miss targets in early quarterly themes. It's better not to change goals mid-quarter, but to inspire teams to push harder toward the end. Importantly, employee pay should not be penalized due to overly ambitious targets. Rewards should be fun and motivating. Many companies adopt a system of super green, and red targets to increase the chance of celebrating some success. Even if the minimum target isn't hit, companies should still hold celebratory events. For instance, one firm promised better menus based on employee retention rates ranging from hot dogs, red, to steak, super green. When the team didn't hit the minimum, management humorously hosted a soup kitchen instead. As companies mature, rewards can grow. At Jack Stack's SRC Holdings Corporation, about 15% of employee compensation is tied to achieving the critical number. Leaders are encouraged to read The Great Game of Business by Stack and to attend the Get in the Game workshop for deeper understanding, especially CFOs and COOs. Feedback from both employees and customers is crucial. Virtual Technology Corporation (VTC) offers an example. After phenomenal growth, they initially focused on adding $6 million to their sales pipeline. However, a strategic offsite revealed frontline concerns about failing existing projects. Thanks to a healthy leadership environment, VTC pivoted to prioritize recruiting 16 hard-to-find distributed simulation experts under the Sweet 16 theme. Engaging all 120 employees, VTC exceeded its goal by hiring 20 specialists. Following this success, they launched the $6 Million Man theme to fuel further growth, ultimately leading to a lucrative acquisition by Raytheon, largely because VTC controlled a critical industry bottleneck. A critical number must be grounded in the company's reality, not dreamed up in isolation. It's important to benchmark targets against external standards to avoid employee cynicism. Celebrations are most powerful when driven by the broader team, not the executives. At ProService, non-executive employees created a happy video to celebrate achieving 600 referrals, encouraging participation and creativity from across the organization. Leaders should delegate theme creation to a volunteer team, freeing executives and boosting engagement. At celebrations, leaders are encouraged to skip typical speeches. Instead, the most powerful thing they can ask is, "How did you do it?" Recognizing team stories builds momentum more authentically than offering praise alone, a practice recommended by Aubrey C. Daniels in Bringing Out the Best in People. This simple question can also be a powerful tool for parents when celebrating their children's successes. Nothing reignites energy in a company like achieving specific short-term goals. Especially after rough periods, setting and achieving a focused goal can help rebuild company morale and get the team's mojo back. Finally, a quick recap of some Rockefeller habits already introduced. Habit number 4 ensures that every part of the organization has someone accountable for meeting goals, with tools like the Function Accountability Chart, FACE, and Process Accountability Chart, PACE, helping to clarify roles. Habit number 7 emphasizes that core values and purpose must be alive within the organization, influencing hiring, appraisals, and everyday decisions. Habit number 8 requires that employees can clearly articulate key components of the company's strategy, such as the BHAG, Big Hairy Audacious Goal, Core Customer Profile, Brand Promises, and Elevator Pitch. The remaining Rockefeller habits, number 5, number 6, number 9, and number 10, will be addressed in the next chapter on the data. Chapter 10, the data powering prediction. At its core, the fundamental job of a leader is prediction, as noted by the late business consultant W. Edwards Deming. Accurate prediction depends heavily on the use of data and lots of it. Today, big data analysis has become accessible to companies of all sizes. However, leaders must complement this with human-gathered intelligence, building a gut feel for both the market and internal operations. Weekly conversations with customers and employees, followed by discussions during executive huddles, are critical to making better decisions. To avoid overwhelming senior leadership, gathering data should be a shared responsibility across the entire company, with middle management leading the charge. Netflix CEO Reed Hastings provides a clear example of the power of data and the dangers of ignoring it. After being named Fortune's Businessperson of the Year in 2010, Hastings faltered in 2011 with a botched pricing change and the failed spin-off of Quickster. Insiders suggest that Hastings stopped listening to his team and customers, disrupting Netflix's brand promise of simplicity. After admitting his mistake and reversing course, Hastings engineered a remarkable comeback, with Netflix's stock more than doubling by 2013, fueled largely by the success of original content like House of Cards. Hastings' secret weapon? Massive amounts of data. Netflix collects extensive event data on its users, from when they pause or rewind, to what device they use, where and when they watch, and even how they browse. This data-driven approach allows Netflix to predict and create content audiences will love. The business world is undergoing a data revolution, detailed in big data. A revolution that will transform how we live, work, and think, by Victor Meyer-Schonberger and Kenneth Kukier. Yet even with advanced analytics, traditional intelligence gathering remains crucial. Walmart, for instance, complements its massive data systems with weekly field visits by teams who speak with customers, employees, and observe competitors. By Friday, executives synthesize both the hard data and these qualitative insights to make rapid corrections a key to Walmart's dominance. This learn fast, act fast routine shows that being even a few days ahead of competitors can make a lasting difference. GE also adopted a similar practice with its Quick Market Intelligence program, requiring salespeople to frequently share market insights, helping the company act faster and smarter. Metrics must permeate every part of a business. Tools like the one-page strategic plan encourage organizations to track key performance indicators, KPIs, and critical numbers that matter to customers and signal opportunities or problems early. However, numbers alone don't tell the full story. Conversations with the market, customers, and competitors, as well as advice from experts and broader communities, round out the data needed for confident decision-making. Roger Hardy's success with Coastal.com exemplifies the power of using these habits consistently. Leaders must be careful not to tune out the repetitive feedback from employees and customers, even when it feels tedious. It often takes hearing recurring themes many times before one crucial idea sparks innovation. Staying engaged and patient during these conversations is vital. A formalized routine for gathering employee input is essential. Big Ass Solutions, known for its massive fans in airports and warehouses, soared from $34 million to $115 million in revenue between 2009 and 2013 while maintaining a 93% employee retention rate. Founder Carrie Smith invested heavily in employee engagement, including weekly dinners with small groups of employees to pick up ideas and foster loyalty. The fifth Rockefeller habit emphasizes the importance of gathering ongoing employee input. Executives and middle managers should conduct at least one focused start, stop, keep conversation with an employee every week, asking, "What should we start doing? What should we stop doing? What should we keep doing?" Paying attention to the stop suggestions is crucial as these often point to hidden frustrations that hurt motivation. Initially, these conversations may feel awkward, but with persistence, they become an invaluable source of insight. Alan Higgins, founder of MarketForce, uses similar methods, meeting employees one-on-one over lunch after asking them to answer life and work-related questions. These insights are shared during weekly management meetings to keep leadership attuned to the workforce's pulse. Rather than overloading employees with reports, leaders should carve out a few minutes in weekly meetings to discuss employee feedback. Concrete start or stop ideas should be fed into a formal suggestion process and combined with input gathered in daily huddles. To avoid mere complaining, prompt employees to suggest ideas that increase revenue, reduce costs, or make the company better for customers and employees. Historical practices like 3M's 15% rule and Atlassian's Ship It days encourage employees to pursue innovation. CareerTrack's Jimmy Calano required all managers to submit 3 improvement ideas each month, carefully reviewing them to select and reward the best. However, simply collecting suggestions isn't enough. Management must close the loop, either acting on ideas or explaining why they cannot be implemented. Middle management teams should be responsible for tracking and responding to employee feedback, offering them valuable cross-functional leadership experience. Companies should monitor how quickly they respond to suggestions using a suggestion aging report to track implementation speed. Finally, be transparent. Post suggestions publicly on an internal portal, a breakroom whiteboard, or in newsletters and update employees on progress. Engaging employees in these ways not only fuels better predictions but also creates a vibrant, dynamic culture where every brain is actively contributing to the company's success. Warning: any submissions that single out individuals negatively should be handled privately and never posted. Rockefeller habit number 6, gather customer input. Gathering customer feedback should be as frequent and accurate as financial reporting. All executives and middle managers are encouraged to have a 4Q conversation with at least one end user each week. Insights from these conversations should be shared during the weekly executive team meeting, and all employees should be involved in collecting customer data. A middle management team should be responsible for closing the loop on all customer feedback. Sanjeev Mohanty, CEO of Benetton India Private Limited, attributes the company's rapid success to intense daily interactions with its more than 5 million customers. After adopting the Rockefeller Habits, Benetton placed signs in its stores and printed email addresses on every clothing tag to encourage feedback. Mohanty personally receives and replies to several customer emails daily, even calling customers who provide their phone numbers, fostering wildly positive word of mouth and driving innovation and revenue growth. Similarly, Quest Global Engineering Private Limited secured a 5-year, $50 million contract by embedding themselves near a potential client's headquarters. CEO Ajay Prabhu and a senior VP met daily with various employees at the client company, gathering real-time feedback that gave them a competitive edge. Their close, personal approach showed the client that Quest was attentive and agile. In addition to gathering feedback post-project, Quest uses a triple scorecard to balance customer satisfaction, CSAT, employee satisfaction, ESAT, and internal company satisfaction, QSAT, before taking on new projects. All executives are urged to hold weekly 4Q conversations with customers, asking 4 key questions. 1. How are you doing? 2. What's going on in your industry or neighborhood? 3. What do you hear about our competitors? And 4. How are we doing? These questions shift the focus to the customer's world, helping companies uncover trends, pain points, competitive intelligence, and feedback about their own offerings. Especially in B2B situations, leaders should connect with counterparts, e.g., CFO to CFO, to gain specialized insights. Retention through meaningful conversations can often drive more growth than new customer acquisition. Social media also plays a vital role in feedback collection. Coastal.com initially grew sales by calling dozens of customers every Friday to understand their needs, discovering that next-day delivery was a major demand, which drove a 60% increase in one market. As phone call response rates dropped, Coastal.com switched to using SurveyMonkey and social media comments to gather feedback more efficiently. Insights from customer conversations should be discussed during weekly executive meetings without burdening the team with written reports. Fred Reicheld's research at Bain & Company revealed that companies growing 2.5 times faster than competitors devoted roughly 20% of leadership meetings to customer feedback, compared to 0 time at average companies. To win, all employees, especially salespeople, must be involved in collecting customer intelligence. Fast-growing giants like Amazon, Facebook, and Netflix have built entire business models on collecting and acting on user data. AppleTree Answers, for instance, built IdeaFlash, a CRM-based system that captured frontline customer feedback directly from call center agents, resulting in thousands of ideas and significant profits. Sales teams should be required to call in daily with 3-minute voice updates highlighting positive results, customer feedback, competitor intelligence, and sales barriers. Written reporting should be minimized to encourage participation. Modern phone systems can transcribe these messages for easy review. Finally, a middle management team must be held accountable for closing the loop on all customer feedback. Getting the most out of customer insights often involves using the Net Promoter Score (NPS) as outlined in Fred Reicheld's The Ultimate Question books. NPS helps measure not just satisfaction but true engagement, identifying customers who are actively advocating for your company. Beijing-based Gung-Ho Pizza ties employee bonuses to monthly NPS results, sending out daily surveys to collect quick, actionable feedback. Rockefeller Habit number 9, KPIs for everyone. All employees must be able to answer quantitatively whether they had a good day or week. This is directly linked to column 7 of the one-page strategic plan. Each employee should have 1 to 2 KPIs reported weekly, 1 critical number aligned with the company's overall critical number, and 3 to 5 quarterly priorities that also align with the company's goals. Executives and middle managers should have a coach or peer coach holding them accountable for behavioral changes. At Shine Lawyers in Australia, all employees align their individual KPIs to 5 measurable company goals, creating company-wide alignment. Shine reduced management reporting complexity by introducing strategy cards that consolidate KPIs and goals. Some companies use whiteboards, posted spreadsheets, or automated dashboards like Align to track KPIs visually. Ultimately, every team member must be able to glance at their KPIs and objectively know if they are having a successful day or week and adjust accordingly. Without clear, frequent feedback loops, consistent execution across the company is impossible. Some of the most respected leaders of major companies prioritize transparency and accountability through disciplined review processes. A Bloomberg Businessweek article, The Happiest Man in Detroit, by Keith Naughton, highlights how former Ford Motor CEO Alan Mulally led weekly 2.5-hour business plan reviews with his 15 top executives. Each executive was required to post over 300 charts color-coded red, yellow, or green to indicate problems, caution, or progress, making it impossible to hide issues. Mulally emphasized, you can't manage a secret. When you do this every week, you can't hide, and this rigorous discipline drove major changes and profits. Scaling up promotes a similar concept. Every employee should achieve 1 additional important goal every 90 days, aligned with the company's focus. Each employee is assigned a critical number that ties directly to the company's quarterly critical number, ensuring clear line of sight. With 3 to 5 rocks or key priorities, employees and teams can systematically contribute to major company objectives. Companies like Amherst Holdings SE have embraced this approach with their disciplined operating system, DOS+, where scorecards track performance at every level and integrate with the company's one-page strategic plan, OPSP. Data from each location rolls up monthly to the chairman by the 7th, giving leadership timely, complete insights. In addition, all executives and managers should have a peer coach to drive accountability for behavioral changes. Ideally, an external coach facilitates quarterly and annual planning, while an internal peer coach supports daily progress. Leaders are encouraged to choose 5 actions to start or stop based on their personal one-page plans and report daily to their peer coaches. Rockefeller Habit number 10 stresses the importance of making company plans and performance visible to everyone. Just like in sports, where even spectators in the furthest seats can see the scoreboard, businesses must maintain visible scoreboards that track KPIs and critical numbers. Companies like Red Balloon and the Minor Corporation have established situation rooms for their weekly meetings where large displays show real-time metrics and strategic plans. Core values, purpose, and priorities are also posted throughout offices to reinforce alignment, as seen at companies like Ezepe and Gung Ho Pizza. Gung Ho ensures that even employees in remote locations, from cleaners to managers, are familiar with the company's purpose and KPIs, promoting unity and engagement across all locations. As companies grow beyond 50 employees and expand into multiple locations, managing cascading priorities and metrics through basic spreadsheets becomes untenable. Upgraded systems for accounting, CRM, operations, and priority management are essential. Tools like alignwithgazelles.com offer cloud-based platforms to update OPSPs and track KPIs and priorities in real time across smartphones and tablets. Centralizing this information boosts efficiency, transparency, and alignment with company goals. Ultimately, the goal is to keep strategic priorities as visible and present in employees' minds as the score of a favorite sports team. In the next chapter, meeting rhythms are outlined to ensure that all this critical data is regularly discussed, debated, and acted upon, reinforcing a culture of disciplined execution. Chapter 11, The Meeting Rhythm, the Heartbeat of the Organization. Executive Summary. To move faster, teams must pulse faster. At the heart of a team's performance is a steady rhythm of well-run daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual meetings. These meetings bring focus, alignment, faster problem-solving, and ultimately save time by addressing the number one challenge in teamwork, communication. This chapter outlines specific agendas and recommendations for attendees at each meeting level. Importantly, the monthly meeting plays a critical role in developing middle managers into mini COS capable of running day-to-day operations and freeing senior leaders to focus on broader strategic matters. The biggest obstacle to effective meetings, speaking in generalities, will also be addressed. Verne Harnish, after reading Titan, The Life of John D. Rockefeller Sr. by Ron Chernow, was struck by Rockefeller's daily luncheon habit. Each day, without fail, Rockefeller sat down with his key team members for lunch and conversations. Initially, these gatherings included only Rockefeller and the 4 co-founders of Standard Oil, but as the company expanded, the meetings eventually included 9 directors and continued daily. A century later, Steve Jobs mirrored this practice, frequently lunching with Apple's design genius Jonathan Ive. Similarly, T. Boone Pickens attributed much of his success to a daily rhythm of strategy meetings, including breakfast meetings with his team, helping him turn $2.7 million into billions. These leaders understood the root of the word company, to share bread, recognizing that by gathering daily for a meal, they deepened personal and professional bonds, strengthening their organizations from the inside out. The regularity of these meetings mattered tremendously. Pickens once noted, "We all know each other very well. We shouldn't make many mistakes, and we don't make many," emphasizing that frequent communication helped avoid costly errors. Indeed, communication through daily gatherings has proven to be a cornerstone for high-performing teams. Great growth companies, much like great jazz bands, are improvisational yet anchored by a clear structure. Jazz musicians, even when playing with strangers, can create remarkable music because they have mastered a few fundamentals, know the rules, perform the same piece, and follow the drummer's beat. The drummer providing alignment much like a meeting rhythm does in an organization. A great company is one where each team member can wing it confidently in their role, aligned to company culture and goals. However, just as playing jazz is hard and only looks effortless, running a company smoothly requires real discipline and structure, not just energy and noise. This meeting rhythm includes daily huddles, weekly check-ins, monthly management meetings, quarterly planning sessions, and annual retreats. These meetings, scheduled in advance, create placeholders in calendars and reduce the time wasted in scheduling ad hoc discussions. Rather than interrupting the flow of work with sporadic meetings, the organization benefits from a steady cadence that allows issues to surface and be addressed promptly. In fact, at top-performing companies, a CEO's calendar is often pre-scheduled for 200-plus days a year. For instance, Jack Welch, former CEO of General Electric, had meetings planned a year in advance, dedicating one day each month to teach and learn at GE's Executive Training Center, Crotonville. The meeting rhythm ideally takes up no more than 10% of the senior leadership's work week, 5 to 7% for middle managers, and about 3% for frontline staff. This leaves ample time for other critical activities like engaging with customers, suppliers, and investors. Yet, these internal rhythms are sufficient to keep the organization aligned and focused. Many companies rely only on quarterly or annual meetings. However, achieving goals becomes easier with a more frequent rhythm. Daily, weekly, and monthly meetings drive the deliverables established at quarterly and annual meetings. Without these regular huddles, annual goal setting becomes a Herculean task as team members would have little opportunity to align on market shifts and tactical realities throughout the year. The speed of meetings should match the speed of growth. For companies growing less than 15% annually, a typical yearly rhythm suffices. For those growing between 20% and 100%, each quarter should be treated like a full year, requiring strategic updates every 90 days. Hypergrowth companies doubling or tripling revenue each year must treat each month like a year to stay agile. For insights into managing at this accelerated pace, Verne recommends reading Competing on Internet Time by Michael Cusimano and David Yoffie. Moreover, organizations should embrace more storytelling and dialogue. Humans have evolved over thousands of years using oral communication for survival and success, while the written word and spreadsheets are relatively new. Pattern recognition, key to problem solving, is more effectively triggered by storytelling and conversation than by numbers alone. Talking through problems also activates the brain's prefrontal cortex, enabling deeper cognitive function. Organizations like Young Presidents Organization and Vistage have demonstrated the power of regular forums where leaders speak openly about their challenges and opportunities. Steve Jobs popularized walk and talks as a problem-solving method. Walking not only calms the brain but also enhances bilateral brain stimulation, similar to methods used in trauma therapies. This physical movement paired with conversation helps team members think more clearly and collaboratively. In a world dominated by texting, speaking out loud, supported by technologies like Siri and Cortana, is a vital cognitive and leadership tool. Despite this, leaders often resist regular meetings, citing a lack of time or the perception that spontaneous office encounters suffice. But daily huddles following the proper agenda actually save time by reducing needless emails and repetitive conversations. Casual hallway interactions rarely achieve the same focus and peer pressure that group meetings offer. Team meetings harness peer accountability, collective intelligence, and clear communication. Without them, leaders face endless private negotiations and are left carrying the burden alone. The framework that drives communication is Rockefeller Habit number 3, a steady meeting rhythm ensuring information flows accurately and swiftly. This rhythm includes a daily huddle lasting under 15 minutes, weekly meetings for all teams, monthly management meetings focused on learning, resolving big issues, and transferring organizational DNA, and quarterly or annual off-site meetings to work on the 4 major decisions: people, strategy, execution, cash. Each type of meeting builds on the next. The annual meeting sets strategic direction. Quarterly sessions break down long-term goals into achievable chunks. Monthly meetings tackle larger issues that arise mid-execution. Weekly meetings keep priorities top of mind while gathering market intelligence. Finally, daily huddles track immediate progress and remove blockers. Reversing the order shows how each layer of meetings connects to strategic success. The remainder of the chapter dives into the specific structure, timing, agendas, and common pitfalls of each meeting type to ensure organizations can implement this rhythm effectively and avoid the noise that sinks less disciplined companies. Verne Harnish emphasized the daily huddle as a critical necessity in mastering the Rockefeller Habits, recognizing that at the time very few companies had adopted this powerful routine. Today, tens of thousands of organizations worldwide have discovered the immense freedom and momentum that come from implementing a simple daily rhythm. This practice has become mainstream, showing up even in best practices like the Agile Scrum framework. Although in some cultures issues like saving face can make it hard to share brutal facts during these meetings, companies like Amex Corporation in Shanghai have proven through role modeling that daily huddles are essential for scaling up effectively. Yet, if the daily huddle is so powerful, why do companies often start and then abandon it? In a word, generalities. If discussions are vague, the huddle quickly loses value. It's vital for team members to speak in specifics, sharing names, numbers, dates, and clear issues, to trigger useful connections and actionable insights. For instance, saying, "I have a client meeting tomorrow" is far less valuable than specifying, "I'm meeting Acme CEO Bob Smith at 10 a.m. to discuss co-hosting a 60-person. Mastering the Rockefeller Habits workshop in Cincinnati this November. These added details allow others to connect dots quickly, such as recognizing potential conflicts, opportunities, or misunderstandings. Timing is critical. Daily huddles should start at odd times like 8:08 or 16:16 because people are more punctual for oddly timed meetings. Always start and end on time. Meetings should not exceed 15 minutes to maintain energy and consistency. In the early stages, using a timer is helpful to condition the team to move efficiently through the agenda. A good rule of thumb is 1 minute per person. Meeting settings should encourage standing or perching on stools to help keep the meeting brief. If remote participants are involved, it's better to put everyone on a simple conference call rather than fussing with complicated video setups, unless fixed-based operations necessitate it, as in the case of RS Software's cross-time zone daily stand-ups. When it comes to attendance, it's generally better to have more people in fewer meetings. Even if only a fraction actively share updates, gathering a larger group keeps information flowing across teams. Companies like Microsoft and Ritz-Carlton involve large numbers of employees in daily meetings, either physically or virtually. Typically, frontline employees participate in one daily huddle, while managers attend two, one with their direct reports and one with their peers and senior leadership. Daily huddles are also powerful for managing external projects with suppliers and customers. Assigning a point person to coordinate daily with a counterpart on the other side ensures constant communication and keeps projects on time and budget. However, caution is necessary if team members are stretched across multiple projects. Attending several huddles becomes overwhelming. Instead, a combined daily huddle with updates from project leads, followed by informal breakout discussions, can maintain efficiency without burdening individuals. The person running the huddle should be someone naturally organized and disciplined. This may not necessarily be the CEO. They should strictly manage the timing and keep discussions on track, moving side conversations offline whenever needed. The agenda for the daily huddle must stay consistent and simple. 1. What's up in the next 24 hours? 2. What are the daily metrics? 3. Where are you stuck? Updates should be brief, specific, and forward-looking. Mentioning significant achievements from the prior day is acceptable, but avoid turning the huddle into a daily calendar reading. Daily metrics should be verbalized rather than merely reported in writing. This engages more senses and helps the team detect trends faster. The most important part, identifying stucks or constraints, forces the team to surface issues early. Team members should share even if they don't expect an immediate solution, because simply verbalizing a problem often triggers new ideas or assistance. Leaders should be especially alert. If someone claims to have no issues for 2 consecutive days, it's likely they either aren't engaged or are hiding deeper problems. Still, even when discussing stocks, the meeting must not drift into problem-solving. Deeper discussions should happen outside the huddle to keep it short and energetic. While daily huddles drive rapid action and problem identification, weekly meetings serve a different purpose, keeping the team focused on strategic priorities. If daily huddles are working correctly, weekly meetings won't be bogged down with minor updates or accumulated issues. Instead, they should be laser-focused on the number one priority and a few critical topics, using the collective intelligence of the team to make important decisions. Rick Kay's success at OTG Software illustrates an ideal weekly meeting rhythm. Rather than scattering functional meetings throughout the week, Kay concentrated all leadership and functional meetings into Monday mornings. He started with a 7 a.m. breakfast meeting with his core team, followed by an executive team meeting at 8 a.m., and then rolled into back-to-back functional meetings, sales and marketing at 9 a.m., software development at 10 a.m., and accounting and finance at 11 a.m. This structure allowed every major department to access leadership and make real-time decisions. OTG's leadership avoided endless email chains and inefficient approvals by reviewing documents and making decisions synchronously in these sessions. By noon, the management team was free to focus on execution for the rest of the week. Even monthly, quarterly, and annual meetings were held on Mondays, keeping the rest of the week clear for marketplace engagement. The key to successful weekly meetings is consistency, same time, same place, every week. Frontline teams may need just 30 minutes, middle and executive teams may need 60 to 90 minutes. Even companies with globally distributed teams, like Gazelles, manage their Monday meeting blocks effectively via conference calls. When structured well, this rhythm results in more meaningful work and faster decision-making than most companies achieve in months. A suggested agenda for weekly team meetings begins with 5 minutes of sharing good news, both personal and professional. This creates a positive atmosphere, fosters human connection, and helps release tension through laughter, putting the team into a better mental state for the meeting. It also serves as a subtle mental health check, allowing the leader to privately follow up with anyone who hasn't shared good news for a few weeks. Following this, 10 minutes are spent reviewing the status of red, green, and super green priorities, discussing any gaps, and reviewing metrics not addressed in daily huddles. Another 10 minutes are dedicated to customer and employee feedback, identifying recurring issues and trends. This first 25 minutes serves to warm up the brain and provide enough internal and external data for pattern recognition, setting the stage for the next segment, which focuses on critical decision-making. For the next 30 to 60 minutes, the team dives deep into one or two major topics, issues or opportunities surfaced through feedback, priority updates, or emerging challenges. Whether it's evaluating a potential partnership or making decisions for an upcoming event, this time is reserved for leveraging the team's collective intelligence. At the end of the meeting, a quick who, what, when summary clarifies action steps and responsibilities, followed by a one-phrase close where each attendee shares a word or phrase to formally end the meeting and offer insight into their thoughts and feelings. Ideally, the meeting wraps up before lunch or happy hour to allow for informal discussions where real decisions often emerge. In addition to the weekly meetings, many CEOs send out a weekly one-pager updating employees on the number one priority and other significant developments, helping employees feel connected and informed. Monthly management meetings are equally vital. Great companies distinguish themselves by ensuring their senior teams are rested and strategic while empowering middle managers to drive daily operations. To instill knowledge and decision-making values in the organization, a one-day monthly meeting including all managers is essential. This day should focus on learning, sharing, and problem-solving rather than endless reporting. An illustrative example comes from Ashiana Housing Limited, an Indian construction firm. Facing the strain of rapid growth, the leadership implemented monthly management meetings for 70 managers despite logistical challenges and a 7% increase in management compensation costs. The results were staggering. Within the first year, revenue tripled due to a team-driven solution to boost sales conversions. Best practice sharing during these meetings also led to significant time savings in construction, while stronger interdepartmental relationships improved operational effectiveness. Furthermore, managers developed leadership skills, allowing the owners to focus on market-facing activities. For years later, Asciana's middle managers were effectively running the business and the company's stock had risen by over 250%. Asciana's monthly agenda involves an evening session for good news sharing, key updates, and social time, followed the next day by issue sharing, trend spotting, 2 hours of training, best practice show and tell, and group problem-solving sessions. Each meeting ends with a one-phrase close. Additionally, many top leaders host monthly town hall meetings for key announcements and open Q&A sessions. However, a critical practice is to brief middle managers beforehand. Managers must not be blindsided by announcements, as frontline employees naturally turn to their immediate supervisors for clarification. Ensuring managers are well-informed first creates a strong network of allies. Finally, quarterly and annual planning meetings are essential for updating strategic plans. These off-site sessions typically last 1 to 3 days and focus on working through the growth tools, ensuring ongoing alignment and preparation for future success. Scaling up cash. The key question to consider is, do you have consistent sources of cash, ideally generated internally, to fuel the growth of your business? While you might be able to get by with decent people, strategy, and execution, no company can survive a day without cash. As a business scales, cash becomes even more critical because, simply put, growth sucks cash. The real challenge is to innovate ways to generate enough profit and cash flow internally so the business doesn't have to rely on banks, or worse, loan sharks, to finance expansion. A prime example of smart cash generation is Costco Wholesale Corporation co-founder Jim Sinegal made the strategic decision to charge a membership fee for customers to shop at the stores. Today, those membership fees account for 75% of Costco's profit, $2.3 billion of its $3 billion in pre-tax earnings in 2013, providing enough cash flow to finance the opening of new stores. Great companies intentionally maintain 3 to 10 times more cash reserves than their competitors, according to Jim Collins and Morton T. Hansen in their book Great by Choice, Uncertainty, Chaos, and Luck, Why Some Thrive Despite Them All. These healthy cash reserves allow businesses to weather unexpected storms. It's the same reason Bill Gates mandated that Microsoft always keep a full year's worth of operating expenses in the bank, a policy rooted in ensuring survival through tough times. Similarly, Gazelles took this lesson seriously after running out of cash post-9/11. Once you experience the gut-wrenching reality of not being able to make payroll, you never want to face that situation again. This section on cash is divided into 3 main chapters. The first chapter, The Cash, focuses on dramatically improving your cash conversion cycle and offers practical, creative ideas businesses have used to generate cash internally for growth. The second chapter, The Accounting, highlights the often underappreciated role of accounting and shows how it can better support the business by producing more accurate measures of revenue and profit. Co-written with Greg Crabtree, author of Simple Numbers, Straight Talk, Big Profits, this chapter introduces vital key performance indicators, KPIs, including the insightful labor efficiency ratio, to drive better decision-making and profitability. The third chapter, The Power of One, walks through a case study of a seemingly healthy $42 million firm that is, in reality, growing broke. Co-authored by Alan Miltz and his team, creators of a leading financial health evaluation tool for banks, this chapter introduces 7 financial levers every business leader can control to scale up cash flow. The Power of One concept shows the significant cash flow improvements that result from just a 1% or one-day change in each of these levers. 2 practical one-page tools will also be discussed in this section: the Cash Acceleration Strategies Cash, which helps you list specific tactics for increasing cash flow, and the Power of One worksheet, which calculates the impact on cash when making small, strategic changes to the 7 financial levers. Chapter 12. The Cash Accelerating Cash Flow. Cash is the oxygen that fuels a company's growth, and the cash conversion cycle, CCC, is a crucial performance metric that measures how long it takes for a dollar spent on expenses like rent, payroll, utilities, or marketing to flow through the business and return as cash. Improving CCC can free businesses from reliance on banks or investors and fuel growth internally. In this chapter, Strategies are shared for accelerating cash flow using the Cash Acceleration Strategies (Cash) tool. Companies are encouraged to brainstorm cash improvement initiatives during each 90-day planning session and pick a related priority to tackle every quarter. Understanding and constantly improving cash flow drives overall business health. Michael Dell's experience in the mid-1990s exemplifies the power of managing CCC. As Dell Incorporated expanded rapidly, it faced cash shortages until CFO Tom Meredith calculated Dell's CCC at 63 days. By implementing a cash improvement initiative every quarter, Meredith reduced Dell's CCC to negative 21 days over the next decade, meaning Dell received payment 21 days before spending anything. This allowed the company to generate cash as it grew, which ultimately enabled Michael Dell to help finance taking the company private in 2013. Most businesses can't achieve a negative CCC like Dell's, but should aim to move in that direction. An example is Catapult Systems LLC, an IT consulting firm that shifted from monthly to twice-monthly billing, nearly doubling its cash flow after discovering most clients were agreeable. To begin addressing cash flow improvements, leaders are encouraged to read the Harvard Business Review article, How Fast Can Your Company Afford to Grow? By Neil C. Churchill and John W. Mullins. Mullins also authored The Customer-Funded Business, offering further strategies for using customer cash to finance growth. To brainstorm ways to enhance CCC, the one-page Cash Acceleration Strategies (Cash) tool breaks down the cash cycle into 4 main parts. Even service firms experience cash flow issues, such as underutilized staff. Some businesses may structure their cycles differently. For instance, Dell collected payments before purchasing inventory. Management teams should dedicate time monthly to brainstorm ways to improve each cash cycle component, involving broader middle management for greater impact. Several ideas can help. First, avoid assuming this is just how our industry works. Track available cash daily with short explanations for any changes and chart it weekly against accounts receivable (AR) and accounts payable (AP) to gain insights. Request earlier payments. Many large companies and even governments may comply if asked persistently. Offer incentives for early payments, send timely invoices, and follow up with friendly reminders before deadlines. Recurring billing can be automated with credit card authorizations. Understand clients' payment cycles, tailor billing to fit them, and pay your own expenses via credit card to extend your cash flow. Helping customers with their cash flow, such as offering leasing options, can also support faster payments. Accelerating your internal cycles from sales to delivery boosts cash flow. Techniques from Toyota's lean processes can improve operational speed. Shortening the sales cycle is particularly impactful. Using negotiation strategies, firms like Goldman Sachs have dramatically shortened deal times. Faster invoicing and closer relationships with client accounts payable teams, as practiced by Catapult Systems, also help maintain strong, prompt cash collection. Small gestures, such as sending lottery tickets or thank you cards to accounts payable staff, can move your invoice to the top of the pile. Specifying an exact due date rather than saying net 30 helps encourage quicker payment. Overall, speed across all processes from sales to production, delivery, and invoicing accelerates cash flow. Another key to faster cash flow is eliminating mistakes. Customers tend to delay payment when faced with errors. Adam Sproul of Salisbury Landscaping optimized cash flow by securing upfront deposits and final payments immediately upon project completion. Focusing on one job at a time, minimizing disruption, and immediately addressing any project deficiencies has made it easier for customers to pay quickly. Similarly, PPR Talent Management Group freed up $1 million monthly by improving invoice accuracy for its 1,000-plus hospital clients. Customizing invoices to match each hospital's requirements helped speed payments. However, during the 2009 recession, PPR realized that even better cash flow improvements required a shift in the business model. They began asking clients to prepay, and many agreed. Adjusting your business model can dramatically improve CCC. Examples include Costco funding its business via membership fees or Dell managing supplier payments to offset cash outflows. Other creative sources of cash besides loans and investors are outlined in the Fortune Small Business article, Finding Money You Didn't Know You Had. Improving profitability also strengthens cash flow. Bennett in India during the 2009 downturn used online bidding to cut costs significantly, saving $1.2 million in 1 year without sacrificing quality. CEO Sanjeev Mohanty required all purchases over $10,000 to go through competitive bidding, unlocking substantial savings. Similarly, Mom's Organic Market improved its profitability by focusing on pricing and purchasing, quadrupling its free operating cash flow compared to industry averages. Scrutinizing expenses regularly can uncover hidden savings. At Catapult Systems, executives meet every 6 months to review recurring charges and eliminate waste. As founder Sam Goodner points out, small, unnoticed recurring charges can silently drain cash. To complete your cash acceleration strategies tool, first read Churchill and Mullen's article, then calculate your company's CCC and the cash needed for each day of CCC. Brainstorm improvements across all 3 categories, shortening cycle times, eliminating mistakes, and changing your business model. Choose one cash improvement priority every 90 days. For perspective, reducing your CCC by 30 days in a $30 million business frees up a significant amount of working capital. Chapter 13. The Accounting Driving Profitability. Greg Crabtree's book Simple Numbers, Straight Talk, Big Profits. 4 keys to unlock your business potential opened new territory for growth firms. In it, Crabtree points out that many accountants have stopped giving CEOs the actionable data they need to make better decisions, instead focusing on merely processing information. As CEO of Crabtree, Rowe & Berger PC, he emphasizes that accounting should help leaders anticipate problems, grow businesses profitably, and drive company valuation. For example, one service business spent 14 years struggling to reach $5 million in revenue with little profit. Crabtree's team reframed the owner's financial view, shifting the focus from revenue to gross margin, adjusting the owner's pay to market standards, and implementing labor efficiency tracking. Within 5 years, the business grew to $25 million in revenue with 10% profitability, after paying a competitive salary. Becoming debt-free and cash-rich. In this chapter, we explore the tools and methodologies Crabtree used to help this and hundreds of other companies boost profitability, starting with the importance of valuing a strong accounting function. Often, accounting is underappreciated and underfunded, seen mainly as a tool to satisfy tax obligations and basic financial record-keeping. However, when entrepreneurs invest more into their accounting teams, sometimes by simply adding an extra hire to support a CFO, profits and cash flow can double within a year. Strengthening accounting enables better cash management, clearer data sharing through waterfall graphs, improved trend analysis, and even maintaining 2 sets of books for internal and external purposes. A crucial tool for companies is the waterfall graph, which breaks down gross margin, profit, and cash flow by customer, product line, location, or salesperson. These graphs often reveal that most profits come from a small segment of the business, while other parts drag performance down. Strategic thinkers like Greg Brenneman have used such insights to eliminate underperforming routes and product lines. Leaders must ask, what is strategic about consistently losing money? Any necessary loss leaders should be minimal and recorded as marketing expenses. Trend analysis is another essential leadership function. Weekly, up-to-date financial and customer behavior data, presented in simple visuals like bar charts, allows companies to spot emerging issues quickly. One electrical distributor improved responsiveness by setting up weekly bar charts tracking customer purchases, enabling faster reactions to shrinking order volumes or shifting product popularity. Mapping software, such as Microsoft's MapPoint and its successor Bing Maps, also helps companies visualize business data geographically, highlighting customer density, sales opportunities, and operational efficiencies. Tools like these can replace complex spreadsheets, making trends and opportunities much easier to spot. Businesses should maintain 2 sets of accounting records, one for tax compliance and another for internal management. Tax regulations often distort the true financial picture as assets like software are amortized over years while critical investments like employee training are immediately expensed. Leaders must define accounting practices that match their strategic goals using resources like Thomas A. Stewart's intellectual capital to adapt to an information-driven economy. Crabtree's simple numbers methodology brings clarity to business finances. He outlines 4 keys to running a wealth-building business. Clearing distortions, setting appropriate profit targets, using labor efficiency to drive profitability, and understanding cash flow forces. Many companies, especially those under $20 million in revenue, experience distorted financial results due to improperly accounted owner compensation. For example, 2 co-owners once claimed 25% profitability, but after adjusting for market rate salaries, their real profit was just 3%. After this recalibration, they soon achieved both full salaries and 20% profitability. Gross margin dollars, not revenue, must be the true focus. Revenue is often vanity. Gross margin, defined as revenue minus non-labor direct costs, reveals the actual economic top line. For industries with high material or subcontractor costs, gross margin is a much more accurate measure of business health. This shift in focus helped Crabtree's earlier client move from break-even to 10% profitability by prioritizing high-margin opportunities. Gross margin is often overlooked but is the most powerful indicator of an effective sales team, strong strategy, and real growth. As businesses scale, gross margins often shrink under pricing pressures, potentially costing millions. To counteract this, companies can refine their strategies to maintain pricing power or, when necessary, focus on increasing gross margin dollars overall. In brutal markets, businesses must drive volume while managing costs tightly, a cost-led pricing strategy. Importantly, because gross margin better reflects sales performance, commissions should be based on gross margin dollars, not revenue, to avoid misaligned incentives where salespeople chase high revenue, low-margin deals. Once the 2 major financial distortions are cleared, it's time to set an appropriate profit target. The first decision is whether to define profit as a percentage of revenue or gross margin. As a general rule, if your gross margin percentage falls below 40%, it's better to relate profit to gross margin to allow for a fair comparison across industries. Lower-margin businesses typically rely on selling a high volume of other people's products and services. For instance, a $20 million general contractor might report a 2.5% profit relative to revenue, which is strong for its industry, but when measured against gross margin, the profit is 18%. These businesses survive on what seems like slim margins because they often don't have to fund direct material and subcontractor costs themselves. Instead, they can draw funds for materials and delay paying subcontractors until after client payment is received. Adjusting how you define profit based on gross margin instead of revenue when appropriate allows for more accurate comparisons across industries. With distortions removed, Crabtree's CPA firm provides the following profit benchmarks. A 5% pre-tax profit indicates the business is on life support. A 10% pre-tax profit shows the business is doing well but has untapped potential. A 15% pre-tax profit means the business is in great shape, and anything above 15% suggests strong earnings that competition will likely erode over time. Although exceptions exist, they are fewer than many might assume once proper adjustments are made. The number 1 driver of profitability is labor efficiency, not the total labor cost, but how productive each dollar spent on labor is. Instead of thinking about labor as a percentage of revenue or margin, you should view labor as an asset you can leverage, understanding the multiple, e.g., $1 of labor generates $3 in return. As long as you can apply productive labor at the right multiple, your primary bottleneck becomes finding enough of the right people. Labor efficiency should be measured across 3 major segments: direct labor, gross margin dollars divided by direct labor cost, sales labor, contribution margin dollars divided by sales labor cost, and management labor. Contribution margin dollars divided by management labor cost. Contribution margin is gross margin minus direct labor, offering a clearer view of labor productivity. Employees should be categorized simply. If someone spends more than 50% of their time delivering the product or service, they belong in direct labor. Otherwise, they are management labor, with sales labor carved out separately if you have a sales team. Avoid splitting a person's time across categories and focus on direct wages and bonuses only, excluding taxes and benefits for simplicity. Workers classified under management and sales labor should be measured against contribution margin because they are responsible for more than just their own direct output. They must also impact revenue growth and operational efficiency. A case study of a company generating $450,000 in monthly revenue with a 4.4% profit showed that the path to profitability involved holding costs constant while growing revenue to $492,195 per month. Although costs remained flat, leadership had to have tough conversations and make changes to ensure the right people were in the right roles. The pattern recommended is simple. Achieve 10% profitability first, assess employee satisfaction, often finding that employees are more energized than fatigued, and then push toward 15% profitability. Once 15% profit is reached, labor costs can be selectively added, either through raises, bonuses, or hiring, but without allowing profitability to fall below 10%. The cycle then repeats. Hold labor steady and grow revenue back to 15% profit. The company's LERs, labor efficiency ratios, evolved as follows. Direct labor efficiency stabilized around 4.25 when profitability reached 15%. Sales labor efficiency reached 8.29 initially, and then settled at 7.38 on the next cycle, and management labor efficiency improved more slowly as leaders were cautious about adding new management positions. Leaders were coached to resist the temptation to add expensive executives too quickly, a common entrepreneurial misstep, and instead to add one key role at a time and achieve profitability before further expansion. Understanding labor productivity allows businesses to manage downturns by trimming less productive workers or offering productive employees the option of 4-day workweeks, enhancing flexibility without additional cost. Companies like Starbucks have successfully adopted similar flexible staffing models. Once a business achieves 15% profitability, new challenges around cash flow emerge, governed by 4 key forces. The first is taxes. Businesses must stay ahead of tax obligations and avoid rationalizing unnecessary spending just for tax deductions. True wealth is created through after-tax profits, not by chasing minor tax breaks. The second force is debt management. Debt, especially lines of credit, should be used sparingly and only when the business is already profitable. Relying on debt to mask unprofitability leads to financial instability. Third is meeting the core capital target, maintaining 2 months' worth of operating expenses in cash, excluding cost of goods sold after accounting for taxes and with no outstanding line of credit balance. Reaching this target provides operational stability and negotiating strength, insulating the business from rough quarters and reducing the temptation to offer discounts. Finally, once taxes are handled, debts are cleared, and core capital is secured, business owners can harvest profits through dividends or employee bonuses. A well-run business achieving just 10% profitability after hitting its core capital target can deliver an astounding 50% return on equity per year, a rate that far exceeds traditional investment returns. In the case study, the owners moved from planning to sell the business to deciding to keep it, realizing that it was a highly valuable wealth-generating asset. By mastering a few crucial financial ratios and maintaining disciplined growth, entrepreneurs can build lasting, profitable businesses. The motto, keep it simple, keep growing, and do so profitably. Chapter 14. The Power of One, 7 Key Financial Levers. Many businesses focus heavily on the income statement while giving little attention to the cash flow statement. Yet, with just a little more focus on cash flow and by tweaking 7 key financial levers, companies can grow faster using their own internally generated cash rather than relying on raising or borrowing capital. Co-authored with the team at Cash Flow Story, Alan Miltz, Joss Milner, and Nathan Keating, this chapter highlights how a seemingly healthy $42 million company was heading toward a cash disaster and the steps it took to reverse its situation. Miltz's team developed the concept called the power of one, which demonstrates the significant impact on cash flow that a 1% or one-day change across 7 financial levers can create. Their inexpensive online tool, www.cashflowstory.com, helps businesses visualize and calculate these powerful improvements, offering leaders a way to double operating cash flow and sleep better at night. After all, nothing ages a leadership team faster than cash shortages. Established in 2001, Gary's Furniture had grown into a high-end furniture importer and manufacturer with $42 million in revenue over 15 years, expanding both its customer base and geographical reach. Gary, proud of his growing profits and steady success, was confident enough to rate his business performance a 10 out of 10 in his CEO Forum group. However, Gary was blindsided when his bank unexpectedly called him to a meeting, not to congratulate him, but to raise alarms. Despite solid profits, Gary was growing broke, a concept where business growth outpaces the cash needed to sustain it. When it comes to business sustainability, cash is more critical than profit. This is why companies like Amazon have thrived, posting little or no profit, but generating billions in cash flow that fueled their massive growth. Gary's situation highlighted how a healthy profit and loss statement can mask a looming cash flow crisis. Without understanding this, a business will eventually struggle unless it can constantly raise emotional capital, funding from people who believe in the vision. Unfortunately, Gary was unaware of his cash problem until it was nearly too late. At the bank meeting, Gary faced the dreaded hospital division, also known by terms like asset management, special business services, or credit restructuring. These bankers specialize in handling high-risk clients and act swiftly to minimize the bank's losses, making hard decisions with little emotional involvement. Gary, who thought the bankers were clueless, couldn't see that they were speaking a different financial language altogether, a language he didn't understand. Though Gary's financials appeared strong, his business suffered from a common issue found in 80% to 90% of companies: inadequate cash flow. Revenue and profit were growing, but Gary overlooked the old adage: revenue is vanity, profit is sanity, and cash flow is king. Businesses must focus on building cash, not just profits, to ensure stability and success. Gary couldn't answer a basic but crucial question: what was his company's cash flow in 2013? Analyzing the financials revealed that his short-term debt had grown from $5 million to $7.3 million, and long-term debt had increased from $9 million to $10 million. His cash flow for 2013 was negative $3.3 million, meaning he had gone backward in cash despite growing sales and profits. This realization was a wake-up call. Every day, Gary was making decisions that either invested in meaningful growth or unknowingly funded management-influenced waste. The $3.3 million increase in debt was not solely fueling business expansion. Much of it covered inefficiencies. This distinction between investing for growth and funding waste is vital, yet too few businesses visualize their financials through this simple lens. Measuring financial success requires careful attention to two primary factors: cash flow and returns. Although there are various ways to gauge financial performance, focusing on these two provides the most comprehensive view. Typically, accountants prepare a balance sheet using the formula: equity equals current assets plus non-current assets, minus current liabilities and non-current liabilities. In simpler terms, equity equals assets minus liabilities. However, bankers often see this differently. Since equity and bank loans are both forms of business funding, it makes sense to group funding sources together. Therefore, a more practical formula is equity plus net debt equals net operating assets, or stated differently, funding equals operations. Applying this perspective to Gary's Furniture reveals that for every $1 shareholders invested, the bank contributed approximately $2. Altogether, Gary's Furniture had $26.9 million in funding, allocated across $8.6 million in accounts receivable, $14.3 million in inventory, and $9.5 million in fixed assets, partially offset by $5.6 million provided through accounts payable. The key question is whether Gary's management team is effectively using the $26.9 million. One way to assess this is by calculating the return on net assets or return on capital using the formula EBIT divided by net operating assets. This ratio, arguably one of the most important measures of management effectiveness, ties together both the income statement and the balance sheet. To deepen this analysis, the famous DuPont formula breaks the return into two components: operational efficiency and sales effectiveness. Operational efficiency is measured by EBIT as a percentage of revenue, while asset turnover is measured by revenue as a percentage of net operating assets. Together, these metrics show how well a company converts investments into profits. In Gary's case, his company produced a 17.19% return on capital in 2013. While his profitability margins were strong, anything above 10% being considered good, his asset turnover was weak. Ideally, a business in his industry should generate $2 to $3 of revenue for every $1 of net operating assets. Gary's business was only producing $1.56, suggesting excess capital was tied up inefficiently in the business. Many businesses, like Gary's, fail to regularly analyze their balance sheets, overlooking vital clues about operational success and opportunities for improvement. As a guideline, mid-sized businesses should aim for at least a 30% return on net assets. If this target isn't being met, it is essential to evaluate whether EBIT is sufficient relative to revenue or whether the assets are being used productively enough. Otherwise, investors, including business owners, might find better returns elsewhere. It's also worth noting that equity is the most expensive form of capital, so where possible, businesses should favor cheaper debt financing, always being mindful of the risks. Ultimately, a company's return on assets is a direct reflection of the success of its business strategy. If returns are inadequate, management has several strategic options: grow EBIT while keeping net operating assets constant, thus boosting returns; grow EBIT faster than net assets, maintaining healthy growth and improving returns; or, in extreme short-term cases, increase EBIT while reducing assets. Alternatively, during periods of heavy investment, companies might accept temporarily lower returns, understanding that future EBIT will rise significantly. Generally, businesses should aim to operate in the space between growing EBIT faster than assets or growing both at a similar, sustainable rate. While it's possible to measure success using financial ratios like returns, managers can't directly change these outcomes. Instead, they must influence the core drivers of the business. There are four key financial drivers: profitability, working capital management, non-current asset management, and cash flow/funding. These drivers, viewed from the business perspective, directly impact how banks and investors assess a company. The first driver, profitability, is a common focus for most business people, and many, like Gary, do a good job of generating positive results. Greg Crabtree emphasized that the first step to improving cash flow is to enhance profitability, and tools like Crabtree's simple numbers can help businesses achieve even better outcomes. The second driver, working capital management, involves managing the cash a business needs to operate. This typically centers around debtors, accounts receivable, and inventory, offset by creditors, accounts payable. Working capital is often measured in days to reflect trading terms, and banks commonly calculate working capital days using the formula AR plus inventory AP/sales times 100. The third driver, non-current asset management, measures how well a company manages its long-term assets. The success here is largely dependent on how well the first two drivers are handled. The fourth driver, cash flow and funding, is critically important to bankers and investors as it helps predict a company's ability to repay debts. Marginal cash flow, another important measure, looks at the cash retained from the gross margin compared to the business's working capital demands. In Gary's case, although his business produced a gross margin of 31 cents per dollar of revenue, it required 41 cents in working capital for each dollar earned. This imbalance meant that the more Gary sold, the more his cash position worsened, a situation often described as growing broke. Gary had two main strategies to fix this: either increase his gross margin or reduce his working capital needs. Without fixing the relationship between profitability and working capital, his company was unsustainable. In 2013, when Gary's revenue grew by $7 million, the bank funded $700,000 of his resulting cash shortfall. But with the bank unwilling to extend further funding, change was imperative. Operating cash flow, which reflects the impact of working capital movements on EBITDA, is a vital metric for bankers and should be a core focus for business owners aiming to grow or stabilize their companies. Despite producing an EBITDA of $5.6 million in 2013, Gary's business showed a cash flow loss before depreciation of $4.3 million, signaling serious underlying issues. Through detailed analysis, it became clear that the bank had twice as much money invested in Gary's business as the shareholders did. Furthermore, every additional dollar of sales worsened Gary's cash position, and he lacked the cash capacity to repay debt. Contrary to Gary's earlier beliefs, his bankers' concerns were justified. To address the situation, Gary's management needed to utilize the power of one concept, a method that highlights how small changes in key financial levers can significantly impact cash flow and profitability. The 7 financial levers are pricing, sales volume, cost of goods sold, COGS, operating expenses, accounts receivable management, inventory management, and accounts payable management. By calculating Gary's power of one, it became evident that improving each driver by just 1% or one day could increase cash flow by over $1 million and boost EBIT by more than $900,000. Realistically, not every lever could be improved simultaneously, so the team prioritized achievable goals. They aimed to reduce accounts receivable by 5 days and inventory by 15 days, freeing up more than $1.7 million in cash, a major improvement that would significantly ease the company's financial pressure. The next step was to embed these changes into a formal KPI structure, creating a monthly reporting system that color-coded performance metrics as green, good, yellow, average, or red, poor. This visual approach allowed management to quickly assess progress and motivated the entire company to rally around clear financial goals. Different departments were assigned responsibility for specific drivers. Sales focused on gross margin and AR, finance and HR on operating expenses, the warehouse team on inventory, and finance on AP timing. With clear definitions of success and accessible tracking tools like Cashflowstory. Gary's team rapidly improved cash flow and rebuilt the bank's confidence. Today, Gary uses a standard reporting format for his board, available at scalingup.com. Ultimately, strong people, strategy, and execution are essential, but no business can survive without cash. The tools and ideas shared in this section aim to help businesses manage through tough times and thrive during growth.
Thank you for watching. To jumpstart implementation and quickly benefit from the ideas presented, there are 5 important steps to take. First, have your entire leadership team and employees read or listen to the book. Verne Harnish's full 2.5-day Scaling Up course is also available online at Growth Institute. This helps establish a common language and context for implementation. Afterward, complete a complimentary 4 decisions assessment to determine which area, people, strategy, execution, or cash needs the most attention. Focus on that section, tackling 1 chapter per month for the next quarter. Second, form a weekly council in addition to your regular management meeting. A small group of key leaders should meet to discuss strategy and major challenges. Use this time to complete tools like the 7 Strata of Strategy worksheet and to work through marketing frameworks like the 4PS or 4ES. Third, launch a quarterly theme by picking a measurable goal that addresses a major bottleneck in your business. Track progress visibly, such as on a whiteboard, and celebrate achievements to keep momentum high. Fourth, start a daily huddle beginning with the executive team. Keep it short, 15 minutes or less, and focus on sharing updates without getting trapped in problem-solving discussions. Over time, cascade this practice throughout the organization. Fifth, plan your first quarterly or annual offsite, preferably with a facilitator. Set dates, complete necessary surveys and SWOT/SWT analyses beforehand, and focus the session on the core elements of your vision summary worksheet and a few key habits from the Rockefeller Habits checklist. It's important to take 1 step at a time. Don't attempt to implement everything at once. Working methodically through the 4D framework allows the business to absorb changes without overwhelming the team. Generally, it takes 2 to 3 years for the scaling up tools, techniques, and habits to become ingrained in a company's culture and another 2 to 3 years to truly master them. It is crucial to appoint someone, often the founder's number 2 in command, to drive the overall implementation. Verne has also written a helpful guide on how to hire the right number 2, available at scalingup.com.
Thank you for watching. To jumpstart implementation and quickly benefit from the ideas presented, there are 5 important steps to take. First, have your entire leadership team and employees read or listen to the book. Verne Harnish's full 2.5-day Scaling Up course is also available online at Growth Institute. This helps establish a common language and context for implementation. Afterward, complete a complimentary 4 decisions assessment to determine which area, people, strategy, execution, or cash needs the most attention. Focus on that section, tackling 1 chapter per month for the next quarter. Second, form a weekly council in addition to your regular management meeting. A small group of key leaders should meet to discuss strategy and major challenges. Use this time to complete tools like the 7 Strata of Strategy worksheet and to work through marketing frameworks like the 4PS or 4ES. Third, launch a quarterly theme by picking a measurable goal that addresses a major bottleneck in your business. Track progress visibly, such as on a whiteboard, and celebrate achievements to keep momentum high. Fourth, start a daily huddle beginning with the executive team. Keep it short, 15 minutes or less, and focus on sharing updates without getting trapped in problem-solving discussions. Over time, cascade this practice throughout the organization. Fifth, plan your first quarterly or annual offsite, preferably with a facilitator. Set dates, complete necessary surveys and SWOT/SWT analyses beforehand, and focus the session on the core elements of your vision summary worksheet and a few key habits from the Rockefeller Habits checklist. It's important to take 1 step at a time. Don't attempt to implement everything at once. Working methodically through the 4D framework allows the business to absorb changes without overwhelming the team. Generally, it takes 2 to 3 years for the scaling up tools, techniques, and habits to become ingrained in a company's culture and another 2 to 3 years to truly master them. It is crucial to appoint someone, often the founder's number 2 in command, to drive the overall implementation. Verne has also written a helpful guide on how to hire the right number 2, available at scalingup.com. Support is readily available through coaching, learning, and technology services designed to speed up implementation. Certified Scaling Up coaches are available worldwide to help businesses fast-track their results. Workshops and certifications such as the Rockefeller Habits Master Practitioner Certification offer structured learning pathways. Additionally, an extensive range of online short courses in leadership, marketing, sales, and hiring ensures continuous education for management teams. On the technology side, tools like Align, a SaaS management system, help manage cascading priorities, KPIs, and accountabilities as businesses grow, while Better Book Club promotes employee development through reading. These tools typically yield a 10-fold return on investment. When asked what separates those who succeed from those who don't, Verne's answer has remained consistent. Success belongs to those with an insatiable desire to learn and an unquenchable bias for action. Those who thrive are always seeking better ways, taking initiative, and pushing their organizations forward. To succeed with the principles in scaling up and grow your business, commit yourself to continual learning and decisive action. Thanks for listening to Scaling Up by Verne Harnish. We hope this audiobook gave you valuable insights and actionable strategies to grow your business smarter and faster. If you found this helpful, please like, subscribe, and share it with others who might benefit. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below about your biggest takeaway or favorite part of the book. Until next time, keep learning, keep growing, and keep scaling up.